Good evening. Prior to us coming back to order, I'd like to refer anybody who needs translator services to Miss Paula Valbuena in the back.
Thank you, President West. Buenas tardes, habla Paula Valbuena. Si necesita servicios de interpretación al español, por favor llame al 1-805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 154-662-374 más la tecla numeral. Este es un número totalmente gratis. Nuevamente llame al número de teléfono 1-805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 154-662-374 más la tecla numeral. También puede acceder a estas instrucciones en nuestro sitio web en mcs4kids.com, dirigiéndose a la parte inferior de la página en Quick Links y haciendo clic en Board Agendas para ir a la agenda de esta noche. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valbuena. Welcome to the Modesto City Schools 1461st regular board meeting of May 10th, 2021. This meeting is now called to order. In closed session, the board took no action. We'll begin with roll call tonight. Student Representative Carranza. Here. Trustee Brown.
Present.
Trustee Irvin.
Present.
Trustee Maestas.
Present.
Trustee Marks.
Present.
Trustee Mejia.
Present.
Vice President Lopez.
Present.
And President West. We will begin tonight with a moment of silence. Please stand with me and join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. Good evening, everyone. This open session of the meeting of the Board of Trustees is being live streamed at the direction of the board. The live stream is available on the district's website, and the recordings will be available for viewing the day after the board meeting. Modesto City School board meetings have been adjusted for the public to follow state guidelines on social distancing until further notice. This action was taken in response to the Governor's Executive Order N2520 and Resolution 1920-17, delegating authority to take necessary action to protect students and staff from the spread of coronavirus, also known as COVID-19, adopted by Modesto City Schools on March 18, 2020. Regarding public comment, Modesto City Schools has provided an opportunity for the public to provide comment. It is outlined in the agenda. The public has been given an opportunity to call in and leave a voicemail, send us a comment via an email address, or appear in person before the board. This practice will continue until further notice. For members of the public that are interested in commenting in the future, we welcome your comments. We are pleased tonight for the Pledge of Allegiance to welcome a student from Robertson Road Elementary School who will lead us in the flag salute. Third grader Mohammed Gausi is an exceptional student who moved to the United States and enrolled in Robertson Road Elementary as a kindergartner. In a few short years, Mohammed has excelled in all areas and is now one of the top students in his grade level. He is respectful and greets everyone with a huge smile. Mohammed enjoys playing with his brother, riding bikes, and doing his homework. Following college, Mohammed wants to become a businessman. Mohammed, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Please stand.
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Gausi, and I am in third grade at Robinson Road. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and up your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mohammed. We'll move on now to A5, which is Superintendent Noguchi's welcome and announcements.
Thank you, President West, and good evening. Thank you all who showed up tonight and then also who tuned in. I'm very excited about this board meeting tonight. I think that everyone in this room is going to be excited at the opportunities for our students, our parents, our staff, as we look to unveil many of the programs that we're able to, given the COVID relief dollars that have come to us. So I'm very excited about tonight's presentation. Because this is the last board meeting of the school year, we still have board meetings in June, but the actual school year itself, I do want to take just a moment and thank two groups of students that have helped me and decision making with cabinet. First is Inter-High Council with student Carranza being the lead of that particular group. There were a couple times throughout the year I asked really to get some feedback and some input, so thank you for the work that you did with Inter-High Council and really providing some feedback. We're going to see some of that later on tonight in my presentation. We also began a new group this year. It was a Superintendent's Student Advisory Council, and they met once a month, and they were students from our middle schools and our high schools, junior highs and high schools, and they got some training in equity and working and leading equity at their school sites, but also an avenue for me to be able to ask a question and be able to get some feedback. And so again, you're going to hear from that. So I want to thank those two groups for the time and energy that they took this year, because it goes above and beyond what was already on their plate. So thank you. I am very encouraged that we are allowed and we are planning for in-person graduations, but again, I always have to be the bearer of bad news. I'm not giving you bad news, I'm just giving some encouragement. I really am hopeful that every single senior that is able can walk across that stage, but we really need to be very cognizant of our behaviors over the next 2 weeks, because it's 14 days today from our first graduation, and if students are exposed to COVID in any way, they're in quarantine and they're not going to be allowed to be able to participate in graduation, and that goes for all of us, because I know all of us are going to be on stages as well. So again, just make good choices on the weekends and after school, and do the best that we can to be able to get on that stage. And then lastly, I just want to thank everyone for a tremendous year. This has been a year like no other, and we've heard that many, many times. I really think we were able to get through this year, not where we want to be with our student outcomes, but I'm confident that working together, the team this board is working as, and also the team that we have with our union partners, that we are going to be able to create the right conditions for our students to really go back and hit the ground running this summer and then next year. So with that, I'll turn it back over to President West. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm excited for tonight's meeting as well. I think we are going to hear some great things that are going on for our students. We're looking now for the Board of Education member reports. Does anyone have a report? Trustee Mejia.
Yes, thank you, President West. First of all, I want to celebrate all the mothers. Happy Mother's Day. I know in some countries today is the actual day mothers are celebrated, and so I just want to say those, and also those women that are serving as a mother role, and for a lot of our children, it could be grandmas, it could be significant. So I just want to celebrate them today and honor them on this day. The second thing, I was able to participate in 3 graduations, so which I'm really proud. I want to thank Modesto City Schools. I want to thank the team led by Mady Herrera. We had a graduation April 22nd with 38 parents for elementary school, and they invited me to share my experience. I was super excited to do that and be a keynote speaker with them. The second one, I was able to share for middle school parents. 53 parents graduated on that one, and so I was super excited and awesome, and also encouraged them to continue being active and participating with the district in all their committees. And the third one was led by our team, was the Latino Literacy program, which is early leadership for Spanish-speaking families, and 36 parents participated in that. So I was honored and grateful that I was invited to speak to them and share my experience, having gone through some of the elementary schools and middle schools that they are coming from. So that's it. I just wanted to say thank you to the leadership of the parent engagement team with the district, and the Parent Institute for continuing to partner with us and giving parents training and a voice. Thank you.
It's awesome news. Thank you. We have Trustee Marks and then Trustee Brown.
Thank you. I just wanted to report on 2 items. I attended the California Large Suburban District meeting and with our superintendent and a few others on Zoom. And it's such a great opportunity for us to meet other superintendents and board members around the state and actually work together on some things. And this meeting had some great information. But one thing I wanted to say is that many of those who participated on the call after we heard the State Board of Education report, they were talking about many summer options, fall extended learning, and then also pension relief were the 3 things that they talked about that were really important on that. And so I was really grateful for the time to spend on that call. And then the questions that we all have from public health are, will masks be required in the fall? And they said to plan for masks and testing. And so we just really, that's their suggestion from the public health, the state public health. So it was a great meeting, and I learned a lot about different school districts around the state, as we all do. But those are the items I wanted to share. And then also, I chair an event called the National Day of Prayer, and it's usually held the first Thursday in May. And I wanted to say that Trustee Irvin was gracious and served on that agenda, and he was there for our military, and so I just appreciate his service as a veteran, and he spoke about the Navy and then prayed for our military. So thank you so much, Trustee Irvin, for your participation in that event. It went really well. I was really pleased. It's at noon. It's right outside City Hall, and a lot of the city, county, and state officials come and attend that meeting. So thank you again.
Thank you. Trustee Brown.
Yes, I have 3 things I wanted to mention that I've been able to do since our last board meeting. First of all, I was able to watch the Tournament of Talent, and congratulations to the students who participated, especially bringing their talents forward in a year where they haven't been around anybody else from school. So it was great to see that, and appreciate the leadership team that drove that and made it possible. And also, I was able to participate in the accreditation, the public meeting with Bayer High School's WASC accreditation process, and that was an enjoyable hour to spend on a Zoom call with parents and staff members and the WASC team. So encourage other board members, if you get a chance to participate in those events, to take advantage of that and get a real feel for what the spirit of our schools are. Not only the team that runs the school, but the parents who are involved. It was great. Also, you're aware I serve on the county committee, the Stanislaus County School Boards Association, and we had our recent meeting. It looks like the association is trying to have the annual dinner and playing with dates so that we can actually be together for that event. So there's a date floating that is held in September, but we have an alternate date that is coming forward in either January or February, so that if necessary, but we do want to be together for that event. And one thing that I took away from that meeting, and I want to make sure that our district is in compliance, sexual harassment training for board members is something that is being stressed through CSBA, and just want to make sure. I know the district is actively involved in that for staff members, but there is a component that requires that board members have that training as well. So bring that back. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that information to us, Trustee Brown. Seeing no more lights, I also was able to be a part of the Tournament of Talent, and I was super impressed not only by the organization, but the talent, everyone from the MC to all of the students who performed. I thought they did a wonderful, wonderful job. We also participated in evaluation of our superintendent along with my fellow trustees. And that was a good experience to be able to look at our strengths of what we have in this district. And so I was really pleased to be able to be a part of that. We're going to go ahead and move on now to some recognitions. Always one of my favorite parts. And this looks like Ms. Noonan.
Yes, it's always one of my favorite parts too. Sorry, the feedback. Armando, my mic's dead yep. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. I'll try not to talk so loud, which is a challenge for me. But good evening, Board President, Board Trustees, Dr. Noguchi, members of Cabinet. It's my pleasure tonight to present our recognitions for this evening. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right. So first up, we will celebrate a student with outstanding character through our Character Education Recognition Program. Tonight, we are celebrating Bret Hart Elementary 5th grader Ronald Gamez for the character trait of courage. Okay, thank you. Okay, nominated by Principal Marla Conte, who shared, Ronald demonstrated courage when he engaged in a restorative conversation with a victim and the scholar's family. He listened and actively participated in repairing the harm he caused. It takes courage to apologize. It takes courage to apologize for causing harm, and Ronald demonstrated how he lives by the dictates of conscience when he actively worked to restore trust in his learning community. Ronald deserves this award because courage is not often recognized when someone speaks up about the hurt they have caused to others, and scholars should be recognized for this bravery. Thank you for showing courage, Ronald. That's tremendous. Congratulations. All right. Next up, we will celebrate our MCS hero. Tonight, we are recognizing Special Day Class Instructional Paraprofessional Amy Patterson from Grace Davis High School. Nominated by Special Day Class teacher Ariana Ford, who shared, Amy is a champion paraprofessional. She goes above and beyond her job duties to meet the needs of our students. Amy works online with students after school hours, during weekends, and over school breaks to help them improve their grades. She has helped multiple students pass classes in order to stay on track to graduate. Amy is a team player and always willing to help staff members on campus. Her selflessness does not go unnoticed, and Davis is lucky to have her on campus. Congratulations on being an MCS hero, Amy. Round of applause. All right. Next up, for tonight's special recognition, the Board of Education and Superintendent are recognizing the Johansen High School Survive the Drive team for winning first place nationally for their Create Real Impact contest, which raised awareness on the prevention of distracted driving. Reckless and distracted driving is the #1 killer of teens in America. Johansen Health teacher Kelly Nazrahi and student leaders created Survive the Drive, a campaign that posted informational graphics and public service announcements videos on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. These posts were also shared by the California Highway Patrol, the Modesto Police Department, and Modesto City Schools as well. So if you'd like to see them, you can actually go to our social media channel to check them out. The campaign ran April 5th through the 9th for National Distracted Driving Awareness Month. And as I mentioned, they received first place nationally for their Create Real Impact contest. So next up, let's go ahead and recognize, we have teacher Kelly Nazrahi, along with Johansen High School student leaders Aquavia Buck, Araceli Martinez, Yaresli Munoz, and Natalia Villalobos. On behalf of the Board of Education and Superintendent, congratulations and thank you so much for your work to increase awareness on this very important topic. All right. I have a little bit of a longer recognition agenda tonight, but I just wanted to go through There are some recognitions that are on the, or actually proclamations, I'm sorry, that are on the consent agenda tonight. And I thought it was really worthy to bring attention to them because I know that you'll vote on consent all at once unless you decide to pull these. But I really do want to give them the recognition that they deserve. So first up, we have last week on May 7th, that is nationally recognized as School Lunch Hero Day. We appreciate, I know we all do, our entire nutrition services department and their dedication to serving more than, just wait, 4.6 million meals every year to our students. That is a lot of meals, and they definitely go above and beyond, especially during the pandemic, to do all that they do. So thank you, Nutrition Services. Next up, this Wednesday, May 12th, we are recognizing School Nurse Day. Now, I think that this goes without saying, our school nurses have gone above and beyond this past year, especially with all of the challenges surrounding COVID. They've given their all to ensure a safe learning environment for our students and staff, and we greatly appreciate them. So thank you, MCS nurses. Also on, sorry, I should have clapped for nutrition, so I was going to save it all for the end. Also on May 12th, we are celebrating the California Day of the Teacher. Now, last week, May 3rd through the 7th, you may have seen some posts on our social media. That's actually nationally recognized as Teacher Appreciation Week. But California has a state-designated recognition day, which is this Wednesday, May 12th. It's always the second Wednesday in May, in case you're wondering. We are so grateful for our teachers and all they've done to adapt and flex this past year, especially with hybrid and distance learning, as well as the return to in-person instruction. And we greatly appreciate all that they've done. So thank you, teachers. And last, but certainly not least, the week of May 16th through the 22nd is recognized as Classified Employees Appreciation Week. Our classified employees, they are definitely the glue that keeps our schools together, as well as our district operations running smoothly every day. They are indispensable in all of the work that they do, and we are very proud to celebrate their contributions to the team. And I also want to acknowledge all the work that they did as well to flex and adapt, especially during COVID, and really take on duties that may have, been something that they would never think that they'd be doing, but they were there to help and eager to help. So we greatly appreciate all that they did. So let's give all those proclamations a hand. All right. And next up, she's actually going to be recognized during the Student Board Representative report, but I'd like to welcome and acknowledge our 2021-22 Student Representative of the Board, Rana Bananka. Rana was selected after going through the interview process in late April, and she'll be joining us for our board meetings for the new school year. But as I mentioned, she will officially be introduced during tonight's Student Representative report, but I wanted to highlight her in this portion as well. And with that, with the selection of a new student representative, it's now time to recognize our outgoing 2020-2021 student representative, Carson Carranza. Carson has done a phenomenal job over the past year in representing the student voice here at the dais. Carson, we greatly appreciate all that you've done, and I definitely wish you well after graduation. And you're going to, did I hear you say Duke? So exciting. That's great. That is very exciting. Congratulations. But I believe President West has a few words to share, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to President West.
I think the thing that describes Carson, and it's not original with me, so I can't take credit for it, but someone once described him as a rock star. And Carson, the minute you came onto our board, you were a rock star, and you have been. And I can't wait to see where your future takes you, because I have no doubt that whatever you do, you are going to be highly successful. You have joined our board meetings. A lot of students might have been intimidated or quiet, hesitant to speak up, and you weren't. You advocated for the students you worked with. You advocate for others, and you were not shy about telling us some of your ideas, and your ideas were awesome. I think we were super impressed with it. So you have been a valuable part of our board, and you've contributed greatly to our success here this year, and we're going to miss you a lot. Does anyone else have anything to say?
I'll go first since President West took the words from my mouth. But no, I think that's the one thing that I would have to say is that we really enjoyed, or I really enjoyed, seeing you be outspoken on behalf of your students, right? Year by year, we have some great student representatives, but I think that in the year that we've had, we needed something a little extra, and I think you delivered on that, right? You delivered on that voice that we needed because we were so apart because of not being able to be at school, right, in the middle of it, but you still brought a voice that we needed to hear from. So I think that wherever you go, always remember that that's our hope for you and the rest of our students, right? Is that they're outspoken for those that they represent, for those that aren't sitting in places that you're sitting, right? For the betterment of them, because they're important and they're channeling their voice through you. So continue that kind of mentality as you go on, wherever you go on, in what capacity, right? Maybe it's one day sitting up here, maybe sitting in another setting, but make sure that you're representing everyone that's behind you, as you've done here. So thanks.
Trustee Irvin?
Carson. Yes, President West said you're a rock star. I grew up in hip hop, so I'm gonna say you're a hip hop star. You represent your constituency well. You know, a lot of times as adults, we don't like to admit that we can learn from our youth, but I'm here to admit I've learned a lot from you due to your advocacy and your determination to do what's in the best interest of the students you represent. You know, you're well versed, you're well, read, you're into the issues, you understand the nature of student development and what students need to be successful in our district, and you communicated to us in a way that allows us to really understand what's going on amongst our students in our district. And so for that, I'm truly grateful and glad to be able to say you're a colleague of mine on the Board of Trustees. And man, I became a Duke Blue Devil fan in 1992 when I won a pool when I was in college. And I started rooting for Duke Blue Devils. So go Duke. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. And, Trustee Brown?
Well, Carson, it's fun to see a picture of your face. I don't think any of us have seen that. We've seen you with a mask, but as a masked man, you've been very effective. And, you have helped to redefine the role of a student board member. Student board member is not a figurehead, but an active participant in the role that we all play of governing this district. And you have really taken on that role well and helped all of us see what the potential is and what we can expect from student board members. So thank you for your active participation, for your voice, for your reasoning, and for being willing to speak up when it wasn't the comfortable thing to do. So all the best to you in your studies, and like has been said, we can't wait to hear what your future is going to open up and provide you with in the way of opportunities. So good luck.
Trustee Marks?
It's been great to serve with you. I did actually see his face in his interview, so that was awesome. And he did a great job, knocked it out of the park that day. I just wanted to say that you've always come prepared. You are ready to share. You do your homework. You do the preparation before the meeting. And I know sometimes this conflicts with testing and all the things, homework and different things that you have. But I just wanted to let you know that for you to stick with your convictions. You have strong convictions, and I love how you share those convictions with us and you share them in a way that helps us understand better. And I think that's really great communication. So continue on with that. I know you'll go far. Thank you.
And now we have a plaque. I was told it was here. Krista, do you want it right here?
Thank you. Thank you.
The end of the year is always a little bittersweet. I remember working in schools. It was sometimes hard to let some of them go, so we wish you the best. We're moving on now to A8, and this is the approval of the consent agenda. So it has been requested by Trustee Marks to move consent agenda item D9, the approval of recommended curriculum adoptions for 2021-2022 school year, into discussion, and to vote on the health curriculum portion separate of the other curriculum subjects, making this item B1A on the agenda. And it has also been requested by Trustee Maestas to move consent agenda item D10, approval of recommended curriculum adoption for pre-algebra for the 2021-2022 school year, into discussion, making this item B1B. So we will take those two items out of the consent agenda. Ms. Chambers, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on an item in the consent agenda? Okay. None at this time. Ms. Noonan, were there any comments from the public via email or voicemail on the consent agenda?
No, there were not.
Thank you. So at this time, I am looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the changes that we have made.
I move approval.
We have Trustee Brown, and then I saw Trustee Mejia as a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. I'd like to also move on to A9, and this is approval of the order of the discussion action items. So the two items that we have removed, with the way it stands now, do I hear a motion to approve the order of the discussion of the action items?
I move approval.
And this is moved by Trustee Marks and seconded by Trustee Mejia. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Are you aye? Aye, okay. Hearing no oppositions, the motion carries unanimously. We're moving on now to item A10, and this is the period for public presentations. So before I ask tonight's speakers to address the board, I want to clarify that we may not engage in any discussion on topics that will be raised, because we're legally obligated to provide the public with advance notice about the topics that the board will be discussing. Agendas are intended to inform the public about all the topics of discussion and action, so that anyone who is interested in a particular subject on the agenda may attend the meeting and address the board. And while we cannot engage in discussion items on items that are not on the agenda, I assure you that we will listen attentively to your comments. So again, I thank you for being here tonight. Right now, I have two cards, and so each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak. Ms. Chambers, could you please have Rebecca Harrington come to the podium?
Haven't seen her in a while.
Good evening, members of the board. I want to thank Dr. Noguchi, our superintendent, and Kristen Noonan, first of all, for the community group that you have with the key communicators, of which I've been very blessed to be a part of, and I want to thank you for allowing me to give my opinion and maybe sometimes not so wonderful ideas, but I'm out there trying. Second, I want to welcome all new board members who I have not had the opportunity to meet. I see some great familiar faces out there, so it's very wonderful to know that we are becoming a much more diverse community in our representation for our school board, and I think that that sends a very positive message to our district, to our school district. Which leads me into my next thing really quick I want to touch on. 3 years ago, there was a decision made not to allow District 7 to choose its own representative. Through hard work within the community, I went out there, made some calls, found out some very good information, and found that we could in fact reverse a unanimous decision to postpone the election of a District 7 representative. So I want to remind everybody that in your position as a board trustee, it's okay to be wrong, because when you right that wrong, you make a greater impact. And that impact was not allowing us, but giving our District 7 the opportunity to choose our representation, good, bad, or indifferent. We have Trustee Adolfo Lopez is our representative. And at the time, the thought process, which unfortunately I think was a little bit backward, was that we could not find a prepared person to take on that job. And I don't know of anybody who has that prior knowledge. We all come in with passion, and we all come in with a desire to do the very best that we can for our community. And I thank Adolfo for doing that. And his continued representation for this community will be based on how the people that he is representing, how they choose to vote. So please remember that you are always supporting and representing your community, and that is utmost and foremost your greatest concern and advocacy for your community. And also remember that it is okay to be wrong, because when you go back and you make the change to right that wrong, you send a very positive message to the community. You send that community that says, you know, at first it seemed like it was the right decision, but now I find that it's not. And I commend everybody, including Cindy Marks, who was on part of that original board, for going back and reversing that initial vote to a 7-0 vote to change, and then present to the County Board of Trustees, in which case we again were able to make that happen. So in this upcoming year, I know that you will have a chance and an opportunity to look at district boundaries for these individual districts. Please look and follow your heart with the intent to give everyone equal representation. And if there's an opportunity to have a community member out there who would be interested, I'm raising my hand. I will do as best I can. My health is not in the best, but I will give it my heart and my soul to help everyone out there to make a good and well-informed decision. So with that, I just want to say again, thank you for this time. Thank you for allowing our community to have a voice, and this is how we need to continue to proceed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person that we have up is Maurice Chambers.
We will be speaking on item D10 that was moved to B1.
So not at this time. Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Noonan, do we have any comments to be read from the public via email or voicemail?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
I can go ahead. Should I read those now?
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. Okay, the first comment is from Dr. Bapu. I hope I'm saying her name right, Anita Bapu. She is a parent of an Enox High School freshman. The comment is as follows. Dear MCS Board of Education, I urge you to cancel the contract with Vitagene to use its One Health platform for COVID testing of MCS students. This contract does not comply with California's regulations for student information privacy. She referenced C attached, but I'm unsure of the attachment. These regulations apply to school districts and education technology service providers, regardless of parental consent. Upon contract cancellation, Vitagene should be required to delete all MCS students' personal and health information stored in their accounts and databases, as well as destroy their biological samples that were retained for purposes unrelated to COVID testing. My child should not have to forego his information privacy rights in order to avail of mandated health services paid for with public funds, which he is entitled to receive from the MCS district. The current Vitagene terms of service stipulate that it owns all collected personal and health information plus biological samples, which it can use to behaviorally track and market to MCS students, as well as for its own product development and research. The MCS district should not require me as a parent to consent to the current Vitagene terms of service in order for my child to receive COVID testing services administered under the supervision of its nursing staff. Under FERPA, the MCS district simply needs my informed consent to test my child for COVID-19 and must provide me upon request with any information contained in his educational records, including his COVID-19 test results. Sincerely, Dr. Bapu, parent of Enoch's High School freshman. The second comment is from Epi Chung. Epi is a 4th grade teacher at Everett Elementary. My name is Epi Chung, and I teach 4th grade at Everett Elementary. I would like to recognize the contributions of our paraprofessionals to our inclusion program here at Everett Elementary. I believe the inclusion program at Everett began about 15 years ago. I was not at Everett 15 years ago, unlike some of our paras. In fact, most of our paras have been here longer than most of our teaching staff. Our paras provided feedback on seating charts, behavior plans, and anything to help inclusion students transition into a new classroom. They have provided support for the inclusion students, as well as any other students who needed academic help or emotional counsel. We will certainly miss our paras next year. Though administrators have changed, special ed and general ed teachers have changed, the paraprofessionals at Everett have been a constant. They have established and maintained positive relationships with our students from preschool through 6th grade. And that concludes her public comment.
Thank you.
That concludes the comments. We have another comment for a discussion item that I'll reference later.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Noonan. Although we cannot engage in discussion or take formal action on items not on the agenda, we thank you for following the protocol in addressing the board and for taking the time to share your views with us this evening. We'll move on now to B1, which is our student representative report. Trustee Carranza.
Hello, everyone. Last week on May 5th, we finally premiered our 2021 Virtual Tournament of Talent. After extensive communication with performers and 2 filming sessions, the acts were filmed and the talented students were able to showcase their skills. I would like to recognize Mr. Guevara and Downey's Viscom students for making this year's Tournament of Talent look so professional. Thank you to Renee and Kara from Modesto High for organizing this year's sponsors. And lastly, thank you to Mrs. Hinkle for being the facilitator between all the various aspects to make our Tournament of Talent a success. It's surreal to think that it's been a whole year since last year's Virtual Tournament of Talent and over a year in COVID-19 restrictions. And this also means my term on the board has come to an end. The 2020 to 2021 school year has certainly been one I won't forget, and I'm incredibly grateful to have served on the board with you all. Thank you, Dr. Noguchi and the board, for reaching out to me to gather the student's voice and helping me fully understand the importance of my role early on. Thank you, Trustee Brown, for leaning over to me during board meetings to encourage me to have a strong voice in board discussions. And lastly, I'm grateful for Mrs. Chambers for always keeping me informed of the board's activities and always being there to offer a helping hand. I hope you all continue your passion for supporting the students of Modesto City Schools and continue to have great success. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce next year's student representative to the board, Rana Benanka. Rana is a rising senior in Modesto High's IB program, and I've truly been impressed by her devotion to our community and strong character. Aside from being the president of Modesto High's Literary Magazine Club and the president of Panther Press, Rana is also on the National Associate Directors of Operations as the Chief of Staff for GenUp. She is also representing Modesto City Schools and herself as a top 3 finalist for California State Board of Education's Student Board Member position. Rana is the only student left representing the Central Valley and was selected through interviews and presentations out of dozens of candidates. I have no doubt that Rana will be an outstanding student representative. Thank you all, and I'm now passing it over to Rana.
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to represent students in our district and for recognizing student voice in our district and giving us a formal seat at the table in terms of district discussions. I'm super honored and excited to be serving as next term's student board representative, and I'm really looking forward to prioritizing issues like student mental health and closing the racial and socioeconomic achievement gap in our district. Again, thank you so much. I really look forward to working with you all.
Thank you so much, Student Representative Carranza, and welcome to Ms. Spanonka. Hopefully I said that correctly. Moving on to B2, we have a report, the California School Employees Association report. Actually, do we have a report tonight from CSEA? I don't see anyone here tonight from CSEA. So we will move on to B3, which is a...
We need to go back and do the consent items that were pulled and re-put into the B.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for that. No worries. So we will be looking first at B1A, and this is the approval of the recommended curriculum adoptions for 2021-2022 school year. Ms. Chambers, do we have on this item a comment from the public? Ms. Noonan, do we have a comment on this item?
No, we do not.
Were there any comments or questions from the board? This is the one that Trustee Marks pulled, so do you have anything that you would like to discuss?
Yes, and we're voting on, do we separate out the health one? And then, have we already voted on the rest of them? I just wanted to make sure. Okay, we have
So
it.
you can make a motion to vote on all but the one you're
Okay.
pulling, and then pull it, and then have the discussion, and then vote on that one.
Perfect, that's what okay, good. That's what I thought we were doing. I just wanted to make sure before I did it. So, I would like to approve all of the curriculum that is listed in our agenda for D9, except for the health one, and then have a brief discussion on the health item. So, I make a motion to approve all of the curriculum on D9 except for health.
Do we have a second on that motion? Trustee Mejia? So all those in favor of approving all of the items right now except the health portion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
It passes unanimously. And now let's discuss the health portion.
Yes. So I had some feedback from some teachers since our last meeting that teach in our health, and also a former board member who she was a former board member. And so there were some concerns about the curriculum. So here's what I want to say. I love the curriculum, all of it, and my issue was the same issue that the teachers had shared with me and this other person as well. So I really want to keep the curriculum except for this one portion. So here's what I had, the feedback from the teachers. I had a teacher say, and it has to do with the gender identity and expression. And here's what they were concerned with, that it was opinionated and confusing. Another teacher said that it was not based on facts, at least the way it was written wasn't based on facts. And so, and as I looked at that, they were all good. These are teachers that teach this on a regular basis. They teach the health curriculum. And so they were good with everything else, so it was a surprise to me that it was a similar item for the teachers that contacted me. I couldn't find the third email that I received. I think it was a while ago, so I couldn't quite find it. But what I wanted to ask is, if it's possible, I looked up the California Healthy Youth Act, and this is what our new guidelines are. And one of them says, one of the bullet points, they have 5 primary purposes, and it says to ensure pupils receive integrated, comprehensive, accurate, and unbiased sexual health and HIV prevention instruction, and provide educators with clear tools and guidance to accomplish that end. And then the last bullet says to provide pupils with the knowledge and skills necessary to have healthy, positive, and safe relationships and behaviors. So I believe that this does that except for the accurate and unbiased sexual health, because of the teacher that felt that it was very opinionated and confusing. So I would like to ask if it's possible if we can approve the curriculum and find an alternative that would work for our school district. And I trust our director, senior director, Mike Rich, if he has any ideas on what we could do or any thoughts on this. So I had a conversation. We've had a few conversations over this. So I just wanted to see if that's a possibility for the board, and if the board would allow for something that does fit with what at least 3 of these teachers felt was, they had pretty strong opinions. I was surprised at their emails. So I thought they might have emailed all of you, but I'm guessing by your looks that they didn't. So that's why I said that.
Dr. Noguchi, can you speak to that?
Certainly, thank you. And thank you, Trustee Marks, for bringing this out. I think what I'd like to do certainly I respect the 3 opinions, or, the teachers that responded to you. I think what I'd like is, and you're not prepared, I haven't shared this with you, but hopefully you're prepared for this, is to share the selection process and the number of teachers that were involved in the selection of the health curriculum, because while I recognize 3 did email, I'd like to hear how many other teachers were involved in moving this particular curriculum forward, and then we can go back and ask the question that Trustee Marks had.
Thank you, Superintendent, Trustee Marks. So, Mike Rich, Senior Director. We have 14 health teachers in the district, so just keep that in mind. That's your denominator. And we offered all to be on the committee, and crazy year, but 3 selected to be on the pilot committee. And then we did have 2 weeks of public preview for all the curriculum prior to ever bringing it to the board.
Right. Now, I will just make a comment that the teachers told me that they were not aware of this prior to our discussion last 3 weeks ago. So that, I said, I totally know that happens, and doesn't mean because they remembered the email that went out, please join a committee, but because of COVID, I think they weren't sure what was going to happen with the committee. So
just to be clear on that, we actually began this adoption cycle for health pre-COVID. We all met in a room. I looked all of them in the eye and asked specifically for volunteers.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So even though there was 3 teachers that approved it, there's 3 teachers that disagree with it, their decision. And I just wanted to make sure that we were fair and allowed for a fair, unbiased presentation of the gender identity and expression as we move forward, so that students feel acknowledged and affirmed in their gender identity and expression. So based on what the teachers felt, and when I read through it, I had some concerns as well on that it wasn't as fair and unbiased as I would have expected for this curriculum. Though I'm good with all the rest of it, which is, for those of you who've been in the district, is a surprise for me. So that's been, I scrutinize a lot of things, so I just wanted to see if there's an option that we can do that would help, just help ensure that this does fit with the guidelines, that it's accurate and unbiased from the California Healthy Youth Act. So my suggestion is just to take out this one section. It's about 6 pages that they spend on it, and allow for another presentation of that same topic.
So I'm not sure what the process is. I'm not sure what we are able to do. Can someone clarify? Trustee Irvin, you have a question?
Yes, I just wanted to know the specifics when they say it's unbiased. I mean, it's biased and unfair, or the things you pointed out that they were concerned about. What were the specifics? Because I viewed that curriculum when it was down at the Reno Avenue over there, and I saw that section in there as well. I didn't read through the whole thing, but I read through a couple pages of it.
Yeah.
And myself, it's like, okay, we're definitely in the new age. But I didn't find it, to compare it to something else and to say it's it's biased or unfair. I wouldn't have anything to compare it to point that out.
Yes.
So I just wanted to know, how did they come to the conclusion that it was not fair, or was biased, or inappropriate, or whatever the terms they used.
Yeah.
How did they draw that conclusion?
So the email did not say that, but it used the words opinionated and confusing for gender identity and sexual, and for gender identity and expression. So that was the verbiage that the teacher that teaches this. And if the teacher is confused and feels that it's opinionated, I believe that they were wondering how best to teach this to students if they were confused by it. So I think that's what I received. I did not have a dialogue with this teacher. All I did was receive an email.
Okay, because that raises another concern. What are they comparing it to? And we got 14 teachers who teach health, and it seems like we got three in opposition. I'm just assuming in opposition.
Right. Yes, they
and
were.
we got 3 on the committee that were together and selecting the committee. Then it would be interesting to see what some of their other colleagues might feel. But I feel that if those 3 teachers were representative of the other 14, the other 11, that I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But like I said, I didn't see anything that stood out to me, given that curricula, even though I taught health before.
Trustee Mejia?
Just for clarity, could you just clarify, someone can opt out of receiving that type of curriculum as a parent? You have that option. So I just want to make sure that that is still, parents can opt out of receiving that if that's the case. So I feel like that makes hopefully our decision easier. Parents do not have to agree to receive this information if they chose their student not to receive it. So I just want to get that cleared out.
Yeah, so specifically, if you remember last month when we met, we brought to you a health curriculum that has 2 separate curriculum books. One specifically for the human sexuality that is separated out, specifically so that parents can opt out, exercise their legal right to opt out. Those 6 pages regarding gender identity and expression are within this book.
I'm not sure how you work on the adoptions. I know you've been working on it for a while, and it sounds like we can't pick and choose what pieces, as far as adopting something or not. I'm just wondering if we should have a vote on adopting this, and you're free to vote no. But is there any way for the teachers who have a concern, is there any way that maybe someone could meet with them and maybe suggest some alternative ways of teaching that, or maybe hear of their concerns? I don't want to dismiss their concerns, but it sounds like the rest of the health teachers were kind of on board with this, so maybe we should vote and then just kind of address those concerns in a different way.
We do have, President West, we do have a content coordinator, a science coordinator that actually oversees this group as well. She also has a couple instructional coaches that, of course, we would be happy to go to any of those that aren't quite sure how to broach this, if they're feeling a little bit uncomfortable, and we can coach them. We can even co-teach it with them if they would prefer that. And Trustee Mejia, you are correct. We do have the waivers available. We provide them every year and go through a very stringent process to make sure parents are aware of their rights.
We could also continue to offer specific professional development on items, which is actually part of the California Healthy Youth Act, is that we do provide that professional development for teachers.
Trustee Marks, does that kind of answer that? Is that helpful to you?
That is helpful. It doesn't resolve the issue, but I agree that it is helpful for those teachers who are concerned about the content and how it will be presented, so, yes.
Okay, all right, well, yes, Trustee Brown?
So I have a question about the opting out process. Is it possible for a parent to opt out of a particular lesson within the content as opposed to the entire booklet?
Yes.
I think that would be an important thing for us to be aware of as we address something like this. If the parent is concerned about a topic, there is the opt-out for the topic.
We do have a process wherein before the teacher is going to get to that material, we have a template that the teacher sends home, explains, at this point, I will be teaching these materials. You have the right to opt out, and we have the CHIA language, the California Healthy Youth Act information. We also have all of this on our curriculum and instruction website for parents to peruse.
And I have a question.
Yes, do
Yes,
you
I have a question.
Trustee Marks?
So in doing that, I appreciate the fact that we have opt-out, and that has been a good process so far. My question is, do we send it home in different languages? How do the parents that we have that don't speak English, how are they made aware?
So we currently by law send that home in English and in Spanish.
Okay, so, and we have 45 languages spoken at home in our district? At the students, I remember when it was like 67 when I came in, but I think it's 45 now that they speak at home in Modesto City Schools. So we used to get a report on that. So, okay, but I'm glad we sent it home in 2 languages, so that's helpful.
Okay, if we have no other questions, I'm going to suggest that we vote on this item and then maybe follow up with those particular teachers on how we can address their concerns and questions as well. So I'm looking for a motion to adopt B1A, which is the health portion of the recommended curriculum adoptions for 2021 and 2022 school year. Do I have a motion to approve that? Can Trustee Carranza? And seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So
Okay.
the motion carries 7-1. Well, we have the student representative, so 7-1 with 1 nay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for walking me through that, a little bit complicated. We're going to move now to the other item that was pulled, and this was Trustee Maestas had asked us to pull the approval of the recommended curriculum adoption for pre-algebra for the 2021 school year. Ms. Chambers, is this one that we have a comment on? Yes, okay. Will you please send Mr. Chambers in for his comments? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maurice Chambers. I'm a teacher at Johansen High School. I teach math, and thank you for this opportunity to share my viewpoint on the pre-algebra class for the high schools. I've been teaching for 30 years, 10 years in the middle school, 20 years at the high school. Over the last years, I've noticed a widening in the learning gap of our math students. The math committee has done a fine job of looking at the data of the past several years and have come to a conclusion that some of our students have a very large arithmetic and algebraic learning gaps. They believe the best solution is to have a pre-algebra class at the high school level. Those students who are multiple grade levels behind deserve another opportunity, a mulligan, if you will, for our golfers, to fill in those gaps. They deserve an opportunity to learn in a class where mastery can be attained. They deserve to be in a class where enough time can be given to practice those arithmetic skills and give pre-algebra skills and get immediate feedback. Placing those students in an algebra class where those prerequisite skills need to be used right away will only lead to more frustration. They will fail multiple times, affect negatively our graduation rates, and most importantly, diminish their confidence and competence. Taking a pre-algebra class will not hinder their ability to satisfy their A through G requirements in college. They can take algebra, geometry, and algebra 2. They still have a pathway to college. I am here to encourage the board to approve the recommendation of the math committee. They have analyzed the data. They have kept the math teachers abreast of the findings. We fully support their recommendation, and we hope you do too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Noonan, do you have any comments to read from the public at this time?
No, not on that item.
Thank you. Now comments or questions from the board. We'll start with Trustee Mejias. Maestas, I'm so sorry.
All right, put us two together.
I keep trying to combine your names. I'm so sorry. Maestas.
That's okay. I appreciate all the thoughts from everyone on this topic. I too I've taught pre-algebra in high school, and my class, and it was in a predominantly upper class area, and most of the Latino and Black kids were in my class, and I taught them, and they did go on to college. They had a lot of supports at the school that I was teaching at. So, but there was clear inequities in who was being placed in the class. I just want to read something from a study here that was done. Ninth grade math placement can therefore not only have far-reaching impacts on students' confidence, general knowledge of mathematical concepts, and high school experience. More importantly, it can impact the college and life opportunities available to that student. Failing to take high-level math classes in high school can have significant ramifications on the student's future economic and social success. From Catalyzing Change in High School Mathematics, this is the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Evidence suggests that students placed into less rigorous versions of algebra ultimately have lower achievement in mathematics, even if their performance in the less rigorous version of the course is stronger than that of students in more rigorous versions. The result of these placement practices is the same: inequitable learning outcomes. I understand that we want the best for our kids, and I do too. But I also know that these inequities persist if we continue to do those things that the systems have shown in the past have created those gaps more and more. There's a reason why we have those gaps growing. And we can't go back to things that we know haven't worked. It's clear from this, from other research, the framework for learning for mathematics identifies a whole section on equity, and one of those equity pieces is the tracking of students. We know that students, when they can get to college by A through G requirements, that's true. But more and more colleges are looking for higher level mathematics, and if you continue to keep, that's basically a year that you're taking away from students. I don't disagree that there are things that need to be done to help our kids access grade level content, but I don't think it's the right way to put them back to access that grade level content. So I can't vote I'm going to vote no on this because I can't approve of a remedial class when the data and the historical research all show that these remedial classes are inequitable, and we don't, besides the class, we don't ever offer anything to help those kids move along. So that's my side of the issue.
So I just want to clarify, you are advocating in lieu of placing in students in pre-algebra, you recommend that they be placed in algebra. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, that's what we do now, is it not? I mean, we do that, but I believe that there still needs to be, I mean, I'm not going to get into the weeds of what programs that we need to put in place, but there clearly needs to be programs. I'll give you an example. In community college, they had to do this because of I think it's I don't remember the number of the California law, but you can't offer remedial classes, right? So what many colleges are seeing a lot of success is dual enrollment, where they're having you take the regular class and you take a support class at the same time, and that is showing that there's a lot more success in those students accessing that and not being held back that year. And some states are seeing the same success in high school with a dual enrollment support course where students can grasp numeracy and those skills that are important to access algebra while they're taking algebra. I see that as a better plan, but I mean, it's not my place to tell what plan goes in place, but as of the vote that I have right now, I would say look for a different way.
So I just want to clarify, because I know when I worked for the Sylvan District, students were being placed in classes with a dual enrollment in a class that helped support them. They would have 2 math classes. Are we not doing that anymore?
So I can speak to that as soon as you're done. And
I'm done. I'm curious.
So a number of different factors are going. I absolutely agree with Trustee Maestas as far as remedial courses and the damage that it could do long term. I was a math teacher for 8 years, 8th grade, 9th grade math, and I understand that piece. But I also recognize Mr. Chambers, and we have students coming out of a pandemic that have been home that do not have the basic skills to access algebra. So what are we going to do? One, part of it is looking at once they take an assessment and a placement exam, so it's not looking at the color of their skin or what neighborhood they live in, but it's an assessment test that comes out of University of Davis and it's been used for many years. So we'll first use that as a line of defense. What we plan to do in the next couple of years, because we see this, what we're hoping for is a 2-year pilot, if you will, until we get over the hump of, one, the integration, moving from integration to traditional, which we all did last year, plus the issue with the pandemic and the challenge that we've had here. Next year, we're going to have a couple different models. We're going to have a model, just exactly what Trustee Maestas spoke about. At some of the schools, there will be a class with a support class. So we want to be able to test and monitor and track, and also provide the board with information on how things are going throughout the year, while at the same time have kids with algebra in a support class. We're going to try a couple different models to see what's best as we get through really this next 2 years. We're in an unprecedented time. We had a curriculum at the K through 6 level that was Engage New York, which was horrendous for many teachers. So that has been going on for many, many years. So not only do we have that backlog, but we have the backlog also of the pandemic. So I do agree that this isn't something, it's a long-term fix, not by any means. I think we need to work with what we have, work in the next 2 years, do what we can to get the kids up to speed to be able to take algebra support as they go into 9th grade. And as I've talked earlier, and certainly Mr. Rich can add to this, is we will be providing information on how kids are doing throughout the year, so it's not doing an autopsy at the end of the year, but we really need to track to see what supports kids need, what are the barriers teachers have, and what supports kids need to be successful.
Thank you. We have Trustee Maestas again, and then Trustee Irvin.
Yeah, and just on that same point, you know, even if you gave a test, a placement test, who has been affected by this pandemic most? Those are the kids that are going to end up in the class, and they're the ones that are going to be behind the most. So I understand that, but it's embedded within that placement is going to be clearly what has happened over the last year. Can you answer me the question here? I don't have the paper in front of me. How many years was that contract on the approval of this for that pre-algebra class?
That's a single-year contract.
It was 1 year. Okay.
The intent really is to look at what can we do to help these kids in literally unprecedented. There is no research to tell us what would be best for this, and we're looking for different ways to approach an answer.
Okay.
Thank you. Trustee Irvin?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on Trustee Maestro's, like with the math at the community college. Since I was there, and we would get students who had taken, 3 prerequisites just so they could get into, college level algebra, which clearly shows that when they came, they were behind, and they were tracking them in these classes, and sometimes 1, 2, 3 times they taken the class, but like I said, there was no support. They just take the class over, and a lot of times didn't pass and make it to college algebra, which extended their financial aid, their time in school, and now you got a lot of them being 2, 3 years, 4 years past traditional graduation time rates, and that's why California came and said, hey, we got to stop doing this because it's not effective with the students. So yeah, that's a good point to make. If we have to find out what's the best way to support students so that they grasp the concepts and pass the class, and so they can move on. Yeah.
Trustee Marks?
So a question on Trustee Maestas. So is your suggestion tonight to not have the pre-algebra class and have students take algebra instead on their freshman year? Is that what you're asking for? I just am trying to understand this item and the title of it and what you're saying, that they're not prepared and the students are not doing well, and they're in this one class and so we want them to succeed. So I'm just trying to understand. So is your suggestion to eliminate the pre-algebra class?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure I was understanding what you were asking for.
I was a little confused
Okay.
too, so thank you so much for clarifying. Student Rep Carranza?
I would like to offer another perspective on the equity component of this class. I feel like we've all seen the picture of equity versus equality, where the students are standing or where people are standing on the step stools watching the baseball game. Oh, excuse me. The shorter students get the larger ladder, and the taller students don't necessarily need a ladder. And I feel like this pre-algebra class is providing that larger ladder for students who need to have the resources before they go into the algebra class. Right now, I would say confidence and competence are about 50-50 in terms of importance when bringing these students from such a challenging year right now, especially after we saw all these failing grades. So this class would act as that ladder and help them be able to reach the level of algebra they need to be at before they can go into algebra. And I understand and I respect your opinion as like a math teacher and having that background, but I think it's especially important this year for the confidence and competency of students to be supported before they're thrown into a higher level or before they're thrown into Algebra 1. It's most important to support the base before you can support the middle students. And that doesn't take away the value of education for the students who need help. It'll help them not catch up by the end of senior year, but be at a place where they can pursue higher level math in college if needed, as they can reach their Algebra 2 requirements even with taking pre-algebra.
Thank you. Trustee Mejia and then Vice President Lopez.
Yeah, I have a couple of thoughts as I'm listening. I want to see, I know we have maybe some potential resources in terms of cover dollars. Is there any chance we can table this for a different meeting and look at our options as maybe the support class that we're talking about, or looking at what other ways? I think Trustee Maestas has suggested some things that seem like we might be able to do it this year if we have some resources to do like a supporting class if we were to give them algebra. So I don't know if that's still a possibility, Dr. Deguchi, to table this and then revisit that and see if there's resources that we can use to do what was suggested as a potential. It seems like we might, but I don't want to.
So a couple things. If we have the resources, that's not the issue. It's the time. And so now is the time, actually, we're kind of behind the 8 ball relative to getting curriculum in and training for teachers. Master schedules are done for next year, and we have 3 weeks left at school. So if we were 3 months earlier, I would say absolutely. And remember that this is a 1 year curriculum adoption, to be able to look to see what we can do to add, modify, and adjust, and take a look at the data. But I do hear, and I think that it's a great idea. Resources are there for kids to be able to support them in achieving their social, emotional, and academic goals. But at this point, it is a function of time.
Thank you. Vice President Lopez and then Trustee Marks.
Yes, so I agree with a lot with Trustee Maestas saying that it makes sense, and I do think that there's something worth more exploring. The one thing I was gonna say is, like, right now we're focusing on I think we're behind on trying to get having that conversation right around the actual class as opposed to what the book that they're going to be learning in this class, right? So I would say that I definitely join Trustee Maestas and Trustee Mejia that I want to look into this further. I mean, it looks like it might have to be a conversation that we need to start right away so that we're in line for the following year, right? So I would definitely be in support of that, and yeah, and then I would still vote in favor of passing this curriculum at this point, but definitely I'm like the way you're thinking and want to explore that a bit more.
Thank you. Trustee Marks?
So, given that we have some COVID dollars, and we'll be voting on some more of that later on, is it possible to use those dollars for tutors to help the students in Algebra 1 and possibly help them catch up to where they should be? Either after school, before school, summer school, something where if they take it their freshman year, that they could get the resources and help that they need.
We have tutoring dollars, but we're not going to tutor our way out of this problem.
Okay.
I do agree with Trustee Lopez insofar as work towards approving it for this year, while at the same time looking at alternative ways. So maybe it's not a 2-year pilot, but the 1 year, and then looking for ways to use tutoring and also perhaps some support classes. But remember, there's going to be different models going on at different school sites to look to see what's best going to meet the needs of our kids as we get out of this pandemic and moving forward. But yes, tutoring is going to be part of the recipe, right, but it's not going to be the sole ingredient in working through this.
So another question is, for students who go to UC, do they need 3 years of math or higher level math? We'll call it Algebra 1, Algebra 2, calculus, geometry, whatever those are. So they need 4 years or 3 years to graduate, to be able to go to UC?
3.
They need 3, okay. All right, and we as a district require 4 years of math, but it can be pre-algebra, is that correct?
We require 3 years of math.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, thank you. I was thinking we required 4. Okay. I just remember a discussion on this board where it was a very heated discussion on that. So thank you.
Trustee Brown?
I appreciate the level of conversation that we've had tonight and the different perspectives that I've heard. And it's interesting to come to a board meeting and just be able to learn, and appreciate Trustee Maestas and your background that allows a very unique perspective. I want to bring some perspective from my own table. I have a full spectrum of math skills within my 4 children who are all grown now. my oldest is a mathematical genius, and I don't use that word lightly. And one of my children has a block against simple math procedures and is unable to perform at the level that even an algebra class would expect.
Trustee Brown.
That student.
Is your microphone on, Trustee Brown?
It is, but is it not working?
It's hard with a mask. Maybe if you're a little bit closer.
Take the mask off. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. So anyway, full spectrum. One of my children would not be able to start algebra, may be able to learn the concepts with an extra year of focus, but try to combine two different math programs at the same time would not be able to learn the algebra because it would conflict. So I see that there are students who need that extra year of focus to be able to even touch the algebra. And I don't see that as an equity issue. It's something that is maybe in the learning process of the mind that some minds will need the extra time. So we may not, they may not be able to reach the same lofty goal, but they can do their best and achieve the best that they possibly can given extra help. So I'm supporting it.
Seeing no more lights, so many great comments, and I really appreciate it. I really agree with Vice President Lopez that this is the time to vote for this adoption, and then definitely look at next year, looking to see what we can do to tweak things that need to be tweaked or change things that need to be changed, but it'll give us a little bit more time to do it the right way instead of trying to rush into making something happen. So that's where I stand on it. So with no more lights, I think we're looking for a motion to approve the adoption for pre-algebra for 2021-2022 school year, and just 1 year adoption is what we're looking at. So do I have a motion to approve this?
I have a comment, just when you're ready for a comment. I just wanted to make a comment.
We'll make a comment before we motion then, yes.
Yeah. Oh, so I just wanted to so this is hard. I love math, and I, see this pre-algebra as a good idea, but I also see that I hear what Trustee Maestas is saying, and I believe that I want our students to believe in themselves and believe that they are capable of doing Algebra 1, and if we help those in 8th grade know that they are going to receive extra supports in the summer school and during the school year, I believe that it would give them that confidence to do well in Algebra 1. So I am going to not vote in approval for the 1 year on this, and I'm going to vote no. So because I believe that it's important for board members to share the reason why we vote maybe against something or no on something. It helps staff know where our thinking comes from and why we do what we do. So those are my reasons.
Thank you. Trustee Maestas?
Thank you. I have one more comment. The district requires 3 years of math to graduate. Pre-algebra is not going to count for that. That is because it's considered remedial, kids don't get any credit for that.
That is incorrect. It would count as math credit.
It would count as a math credit
It would not,
graduation.
for our MCS graduation requirements, it'll count for math. It will not count for the A through G for the C requirement, but it will count for our graduation requirements.
Okay, what about the state graduation requirements?
So the state requires 2 years of mathematics.
With passing algebra?
As being one of those requirements, correct.
Algebra 1 or geometry or
Algebra
2?
1.
Okay, so they require 2 years.
Correct.
But pre-algebra wouldn't count for that. Or
it
they
would-
count for the state.
It would count as a math credit under our board, and then, so they would count for the state.
Okay. Not A through G required? Correct? Or they wouldn't count A through G?
That is correct.
Okay. So I wanted just to make sure I understood that. Yeah, that's all I had. I just wanted to make sure that with the pre-algebra in there, algebra 2, kid struggles, algebra 2 is going to be tough to get to, and that's going to be tough to get to college. So that's where my whole thing about inequity is going to be.
They would go pre-algebra, algebra 1, geometry, algebra 2. They could make it.
Right. Yes, with no errors in between.
That's why we want to support them at the very beginning of their career.
I understand that. I still think there's a different way.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion. I see no more lights. A motion by Trustee Brown to adopt the pre-algebra for 2021-2022 school year, seconded by Trustee Carranza. And all in favor, raise your hand and say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 ayes, and then we have nays. Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4 nays.
The students don't count, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so it's 4-3. I am going to put on the record that I strongly believe that this is a bad decision. It's not good for kids. We're coming out of a pandemic, but certainly we will go with the will of the board, but this is not a good decision. Not for our kids, not now.
And I agree. And what Student Carranza had mentioned was the confidence, and you're the expert in this field, but I know that math is so huge for kids to develop that confidence, and students who have confidence are so much more successful than students who have that self-doubt in math. I see it happening all the time, and so I worry about not being able to give them this opportunity. So, yes.
I just had a question about my vote for this item. I thought my vote was only preferential for budgets and for employment, but it was official for all other items.
That was my understanding. Is that not correct?
It's a student recommendation, but it is not, we are elected officials, and so we have the vote as officials for every item, and then the students have a preferential vote on what they choose to say or mean for these items. But it does not count as a vote with the board. You would need to be an elected official and sit in a seat to be able to do that, according to law.
We might not have changed that for Modesto City Schools yet, but with CSBA, it is allowed to have a student board member's vote count towards the overall vote.
Well, because that changes the number, and you could possibly have a lot of ties, which means a no vote. So a tie is always a no vote. But that would be interesting. I was not aware of that, and I did not know that state law had changed on that.
So this is the first for me for having this kind of a tie vote. So we're going to go ahead and move on to this next item. This, it looks like, I just don't want to make sure I'm not skipping. So the final count, we had, including the student rep vote, it was 4-4. 4 for and 4 against.
So what I'll do is I'll take a look at what Carranza has outlined as far as the law. I'll talk to Roman tomorrow, and then we can get some clarity on that.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I just want to make sure I do not skip anything. So the next item would be B2, which is the California School Employees CSEA representative. Do we have a report from CSEA? I do not see a rep tonight, so thank you. And we'll move on to B3. This is a report on Modesto City School principal pipeline and coaching model, and this is Dr. Contreras. So, do we have the report?
Good evening, President West, Board of Trustees, Dr. Noguchi, and Cabinet. My name is Heather Contreras, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of School Leadership. And this evening, I will be presenting to you the Modesto City Schools Way, the principal pipeline, and the coaching model that we have spent time working on over the last 2 years. So the purpose of the presentation is to inform the Board of Trustees about the MCS Way, the work specifically of the principal pipeline, and the coaching model of support to principals. And this is in alignment with District Goal 2.2 to ensure that all staff has professional development in the area of building their capacities as professionals, and also District Goal 5.1, which creates a culture of valuing all employees to facilitate hiring and maximizing retention. And really, this has been a journey that started 3 years ago when we started examining the needs of our district and how to build capacity, particularly the capacity of the site administration. There is a big body of research that it strongly suggests that the principal is a very important role in a school district. And we needed to look at ways that we were going to be able to provide support to our principals, to our site administrators, and most importantly, to build the capacity of, sorry, this mask is killing me. It's hard to breathe through that. But most importantly, to build the capacity of all of the leaders in our district, from the teacher leader and all the way up through our veteran principals. As we began this work and what it might look like in Modesto City Schools, we began to examine the best and the brightest our nation has to offer. And there was a body of school districts who have done this work, who have demonstrated that this work correlates very strongly to improved student achievement. And so we went to them to have them be our thought partners through the development of our own program. Those schools specifically that we worked with were Denver Public Schools, Chicago Public Schools, and then Long Beach Unified. And Long Beach really came along beside us to help us in the work, to coach us, and to share a lot of what they had done as we began, though, to make that work specific to Modesto City Schools. As we started to build this program, one of the things that became important to us in framing it was, what does this mean for us? What do we want to see our administrators, our teacher leaders, be able to do as they build their capacity? What are the things that we ultimately want that outcome to look like? And so we had several different committees who convened to begin framing what we would look like, and we started calling it what our MCS way would be. So with the input of 76 stakeholders who span teachers, vice principals, principals, district level personnel, and classified staff, we came up with these 5 words. And these were the words that would frame the work that we would begin to embark on and continue over the next several years. So how we see ourselves as Modesto City School leaders is collaborative, supportive, rooted in coaching rather than just evaluation. We want to focus on the professional growth of all stakeholders in the system. And we also want to honor our own personal growth within goals that we set for ourselves personally. And those words, the way they were chosen and the way these actions were built was through exercises where people brainstorm. What does leadership mean to you? What does a good leader do to support you? And people generated and wrote down their top 20. And then we culminated that activity across all these stakeholder groups. And these were the 5 top words that continued to bubble up over and over and over again. And so what we're calling these words now is the MCS way. So now we have to look at how do we get the MCS way strongly into the system so that we really are being supportive, collaborative, coaching, focused on professional growth and personal growth as well. So we developed the principal pipeline, which was what these high performing school districts had in place. And the idea of a principal pipeline is that you're building the bench. You're building the capacity of the people in the system so that when positions are vacated, there are people ready to step into those next positions. And of course, what we want to do is we're building people's capacity is that they're feeling able to take on more leadership and more responsibility. So the principal pipeline is really aimed at building the capacity, but it's also aimed at creating the culture. And the culture is the MCS way, and it's those 5 words. Really, most importantly, it's a culture of coaching. So how do we do this work? The principal pipeline at this point, and it's still developing, it's something we're going to be working on for many years to come as we grow the program. At this point, the principal pipeline is 5 modules that support different leadership groups within our district. The first module is our leaders in learning, and that module is focused primarily on our teachers, and these are teachers who self-select into the program, who see themselves taking on leadership roles in the future. Over the last 2 years, we've worked with 60 teachers who have self-selected and who then go out and are able to help spread the MCS way. We also have a new VP and vice principal support system. So as our teacher leaders become administrators, and usually the entry level is vice principal or assistant principal, we're there with support and professional development for them so that along their journey, they are building their capacity. We also have a new principal module. The new principal module is focused on the year 1 and 2 principals to help them to lead well and to understand the role of the principal and to build their capacity to be coaches right alongside the teachers. We have future principal group. The future principal group is assistant principals or vice principals who see themselves in the role of principal. They also can self-select into this training, and they receive professional development to prepare them for the next steps in their administrative journey. And then finally, we want to honor our veteran principals as well and give them an opportunity to show growth, to engage in the MCS way, and to support new principals in a very safe and confidential environment. And so we have our leadership coaches. And these are veteran principals who have agreed to deepen their learning of a coaching model, which we'll talk about in a minute. And they come alongside those new principals as an additional layer of support to help them, the new principals, as they acclimate into the position. The leadership coaching module has been very popular with our year 1 and 2 principals, especially this year. This was the first year that we did that. And they have described having that level of support as being just a tremendous asset to their leadership. So in total, this year, we provided 42 days of professional development through these different modules. There were 18 opportunities for structured coaching support for our year 1 and 2 principals. And we also have just-in-time opportunities. So if someone's having a struggle with something and needs some immediate attention, they have that support embedded as well. And that's outside of their evaluator. So as we began looking at the pipeline, one of the things that also stuck out was that number 1 word that our principals and our different stakeholders identified was coaching. They really wanted to have coaching support, not necessarily evaluative support. And there's a way to do both, and we did explore that. And so that is the model that we're engaging in to support our principals. And the coaching model is what the principal supervisors, the supervisors in the school leadership department are engaged in to support principals. We all engaged in a training through evocative coaching, which uses a model called LEAD, which is listen, empathize, appreciate, and then design a next step. And as we're getting better at it, we're seeing more and more success and capacity with our principals. As we were looking at this principal model and the coaching piece, we realized that maybe our evaluation tool did not come alongside in a coaching way in the same manner that we would want to see. And so we developed a new evaluation tool. There were 11 principals involved in developing that evaluation tool, as well as district level personnel and assistant principals and vice principals who came back around and looked at the work one last time through a different lens. So it is an evaluation tool written by the people who are using it and being evaluated by it. And it is focused exclusively on a growth model. So no matter where you're at, that's fine. We're going to look to only make some gains in some key areas. So it's been a very a good addition to the coaching model. And in fact, the coaching model and the site administrator evaluation tool has been used for that growth tool, but it's also embodying the MCS way. So as we started working with the evaluation tool with our principals, the principal supervisors realized, wait a minute, we probably need some kind of support like this for ourselves as well. We want to make sure that we're hitting the mark with the people we supervise, and we want to make sure we're doing a good job with supporting principals. That's the culture we want to develop. But we maybe needed a little bit more help in defining our roles specifically. So we set out again to look at research, to look at districts who had done this work before us, who were again seeing a correlation to this work and increased student achievement in their schools. And what we found is that principal supervisors actually have their own model standards for being a good principal supervisor. And so this year we embarked on the work of creating our own evaluation tool so that we knew we were hitting the goals that we needed to as well, so that we could be the best that we can be in our department. So where we're at for next steps with our principal pipeline is we're going to continue to build the pipeline. We're in the process of refining the different modules because we want to make sure they hit the needs of our principals as well as the needs of the district. We will be training all of our principals, with the exception of a couple, but we're going to wrap back around to them later. There was some conflict in scheduling, but in June, we will be having 3 days of professional development around the coaching model, so that now it's not just the principal supervisors with deep training and coaching, but it will be the principals as well, so that they can turn around and really be that coaching support to the administrators that they supervise at their sites. We're very excited about getting that into the system. And then finally, the evaluation tool that we wrote for our principal supervisors will go into effect. Actually, at the very end of this year, it will be a baseline for us of where we are now and then where we want to grow to and set goals for the future. So we're very excited about this program. I really wish we could have everyone in person, because there would be a whole team of people behind me who can speak to the work that they have put into this model as well. And with that, are there any questions?
Thank you. Looking for any lights for board members. Any questions or comments on this report? Seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, who are we missing? Oh, Trustee Maestas?
Sorry, I thought we do comments from people first. I couldn't remember which one.
You know what? You are right. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask for Ms. Chambers for comments from the public on this item. None. Ms. Noonan, do we have any comments to read from this item?
No, not on this item.
Okay. And now, questions or comments from the board? Trustee Maestas.
All right. Thank you so much for that. I had one question. When you, how do we do this work on the particular slide, the leaders in learning? You identify teachers. How do you identify those teachers out in the field there that you identify as those leaders for learning into that pipeline?
That's a great question. We had a lot of discussion about that as we were building this pipeline, about do we select, do we ask for principal recommendation, or do we let teachers self-select into the program? And at the end of a lot of discussion, our feeling was, who should be the judge of what teacher decides they want to look and pursue a greater leadership role. And so teachers can self-select. The beginning of the year, we have an advertising window. We publicize the opportunity for this program in many different ways. We put it in the e-news. We have it in emails to our principals, who then send it out to their staff. We have flyers. And then at the end of that application window, we do ask whoever is interested to apply. We screen the applicants for different pieces, because we ask for a letter of introduction and different pieces like that. We haven't turned anyone away. So far, we have been able to fill our class size, and we haven't had to turn anyone away. and after that, they're selected into the program. There are some program requirements. Our first and second year teachers are not meeting the requirement because at that time we're just helping them and supporting them in their journey of being the best teacher in their classroom. After second year, we do have people who come into the program. They attend 3 days, full days of professional development. If they have full attendance, and we do provide a sub for them for their classroom on those days, they have a 4th day where they are able to job shadow an assistant principal or a vice principal. But it is all self-selected.
Are there any further questions or comments from the board? Thank you so much, Dr. Contreras, for that. It's been requested that we have a 10-minute break, so we will convene at 8 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Sorry, it's my sister might be going into labor, so I've been getting to. From CSBA, so I just want to let her know she was recorded. I just checked my notes from CSBA, so it's recorded as a vote, but not for the final tally.
Okay.
Yeah.
If if it's close or something like that.
Yeah,
If
so
it's
it
a
would
tie.
just be, it would just show, like, I think, a preferential opinion, but when it comes down
Okay.
to the final numerical tally, it wouldn't
Okay.
be used for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Up or down?
Turn them all the way up?
Yeah. So we're wondering if maybe.
It seems to be okay.
I don't think she has anything else, and we'll try it.
Testing, testing. So it says this thing. Is that okay? Testing, testing.
Yeah, it looks okay.
Okay. Sorry, I know.
Welcome back. It has been requested that we have another short break, so we will take a 10-minute break at this point and reconvene at 8:10. Thank you.
Are we down to the 10?
Welcome back, and thank you for your patience. We are moving on now to item B4, and this is the approval of Tuolumne Elementary School STEAM and Transitional Kindergarten through Grade 8 proposal. And we have Dr. Contreras again.
Good evening. I'm back. We're all back. So this evening I am going to present to you about the Tuolumne TK8 Elementary School STEAM Focus and ask for an approval. The purpose of this presentation is to inform the Board of Trustees of the STEAM initiative at Tuolumne Elementary School and to seek approval of the creation of a TK8 model at Tuolumne. And this is aligned with District Goal 1.2, identify students as being prepared in the college and career indicators, as well as aligned with District Goal 3.2, promote outstanding students, families, staff, programs, schools, and community partners. And before we progress on to the presentation, there are a couple acronyms that I'd like to review. One is STEAM. So the initials in STEAM stand for science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And the other is PLTW, and that stands for Project Lead the Way, which is a nationally recognized program focused on hands-on use of science and experimentation to solve real-world problems and to develop critical thinking skills in our youth. And you might be seeing some of these Project Lead the Way signs on a couple of our schools. Both Tuolumne and Beard Elementary School have been engaged in Project Lead the Way, and we'll talk about that a little further into the presentation. So Tuolumne Elementary School, for many, many years, the staff there has had an intense interest in science. They attended a Summit to Sand conference for many years, and they have always brought science into their classrooms. It's been a passion for them, and it's been a passion for the students as well. And as teachers continued to have an interest in the sciences, Project Lead the Way presented itself as an opportunity for them to maybe explore and learn more about a new way of science learning that they could bring into their classrooms. So 2 Decembers ago, in 2019, a group of teachers from Tuolumne and also Beard attended Project Lead the Way Summit in Texas. And that summit was designed to help students and the teachers learn about Project Lead the Way, what opportunities this nationally acclaimed program held for them, and if it might be something that they would be interested in bringing to their schools. So they went to the training. They were incredibly excited about what they learned. They came back to their school sites and they talked about, this is something we can do. Are we interested? And there was a almost unanimous interest among the teachers to pursue further training in Project Lead the Way. So a smaller team went to a training that is for to teach teachers to be lead teachers and train other teachers in Project Lead the Way and the modules and the delivery of this science program. And then the pandemic hit. And so everything kind of came to a screeching halt for most of our schools as we had to learn and adjust how to teach in a distance learning environment. However, the STEAM momentum was not very far for Tuolumne and Beard. And once they adjusted to the distance learning, these teachers continued on their trajectory of learning about STEAM and becoming certified in Project Lead the Way training. So they never stopped. They saw a vision and they wanted to continue pursuing that vision. And I think all of us were like, oh my goodness, look at this. They're doing this. And the students were so engaged, and some of the happiest students that we've seen throughout this pandemic. So they purchased equipment. And they really made a concerted effort to make sure all the teachers were trained and ready to deliver modules of learning for their students. And both at Tuolumne and Beard as well, those modules have been delivered, the start of them to students, and we have some fantastic pictures that have been on our Modesto City Schools website showing, there's one, I just love it. The student has a mask on, so you cannot see the smile, but I tell you, you can see the smile in his eyes. He is having such an enormously great time with the curriculum that he was working in at that time. So as we saw this momentum build, we really started thinking about how do we get support to the sites for the vision that they have, and especially Tuolumne, because they were really the forerunners in this. And so as we looked at what we could do to support, we thought about some of the different planning opportunities that we have with our buildings, and we looked at what might a proposed STEM or STEAM building be like at Tuolumne. And so we got a team of teachers, of students, of classified staff, district office personnel to start brainstorming what this could be. And if having a special space like this dedicated to STEAM could really highlight the effort of the teachers and provide the best opportunities for our students to learn from. And so what you see on the screen now is there's a part in there that's a light orangish yellow color, and that is the brainstorm proposed STEAM building for Tuolumne Elementary. What they came up with was 2 classrooms that open up into what we call a maker space. The maker space is a wide open space that allows students to engage in the different design and experiments that you would see in a hands-on program like Project Lead the Way. Also near and dear to Tuolumne has always been the arts. They actually have a green screen now. Some of you might be familiar with Mr. Boren. He was even featured during the pandemic for a song he wrote. Yes, so they really, one of the things they brainstormed out in looking at this proposed building was an audio-visual room as well. So as we started developing the STEAM focus at Tuolumne and what it could look like, we had a lot of meetings with different stakeholders. These stakeholder meetings included the leadership team. There was a staff meeting in which they talked about the STEAM focus. There was an English Learner Advisory Council meeting, school site council meetings, and community stakeholder meetings that were held. And as we were holding these different meetings focused on STEAM, some things started happening. And really what was happening is, this is great stuff. This is wonderful for the community. We want our students engaged in this, but can we keep them here longer? Can we keep them here for a longer course of study in STEAM so that we really solidify that way of learning and that type of expertise in our students? And so as we were hearing this from the community, we thought, well, we probably should get some more information. So what we did is we surveyed the community to really see, sometimes you hear the vocal few and it maybe isn't completely representative of everyone in the community. And so if we were going to even explore this, we needed to really have some firm data on how widely received the idea was and who really wanted to see this happen. So we did survey the staff, and on the slide now, I think we went one ahead. Sorry. Oh, no. On this slide right now, you have a view of the stakeholders at Tuolumne who were surveyed. Simple question: would you like to see a TK8 model at Tuolumne Elementary School, or would you not want to see a TK8 model? The responses there were 38, which was representative of almost all the staff. 59% of the teachers responded. 25% of the respondents were from the classified staff. And then there was 15% who marked other, and that would probably be administration. And the results came back with 76.3% of the staff saying, yes, we are interested in pursuing a TK8 model. So a strong response there. However, we never want to move forward just with, the will of the staff, because we're also looking at the will of the community and what the community needs. And so we needed to get information from our community about their interest in this. And we thought the most impactful group that we would need information from the most quickly would be our 6th grade students, who would then be 7th graders. And so we asked parents to sign commitment letters that if they would you take your child here, please sign this. And of the 76 students at Tuolumne Elementary School in 6th grade, 59 responded, yes, we would commit to being at Tuolumne for our 7th grade year. 5 parents stated no, and the reason for that was because they already had their children in other schools outside of our district, and they wanted the siblings to continue in where their siblings were. And then we had 12 non-responses. So a strong commitment from the community there. We went to the larger community as well and found a very similar response. There was a strong interest in a TK8 model. So some of the advantages to this model are, one, it responds to the recommendations of the parents, the teachers, the students, and the staff. They would like to see this for their school, and this is what they believe is wonderful for the community, and that's coming straight from the community. Another advantage of creating a TK8 is it does support retaining our students in Modesto City schools. One of the things we had to explore was, how does this impact maybe the Hanshaw staffing where students would next go? Well, if we look at this year's 7th graders at Hanshaw, there are 71 students who are currently on an interdistrict transfer permit. Of those 71, 61 of them are from Tuolumne. And so they are leaving Hanshaw to go to other districts because of proximity, mainly. They really don't like the bus ride. So that would be a way. I don't think it would impact Hanshaw staffing because we're already seeing students leave, and this would help us to just keep them at Tuolumne. And then finally, it does create STEAM opportunities for the Tuolumne community, creates ownership and pride in their neighborhood, something to be proud of. We see this with teachers, students, people like being part of a program. And so there's a lot of pride in being able to say, I attend a STEAM school. So our next steps in this is to seek approval for a TK8 STEAM concept for the 21-22 school year. We would be communicating if this decision goes forward immediately with our 6th grade parents to let them know. We would start to look at staffing for the 21-22 school year. We would be adding 7th grade classrooms, 2 of them. We would continue needing to purchase STEAM materials to support the Project Lead the Way curriculum. And then we will be looking to pursue at an upcoming board meeting the Tuolumne STEAM facilities. So at this time, we request that the Board of Trustees approve the Tuolumne Elementary becoming a STEAM-focused TK8 school for the 21-22 school year, beginning with the 7th grade for this next year, 2 7th grade classrooms, and then adding 8th grade in the subsequent year. And with that, are there any questions?
Trustee Erb? Public, do we have any public comments, Ms. Chambers, on this item? Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Rebecca Harrington, and I'm back again. I'll tell you right now, Tuolumne School was my school. I went there from kindergarten all the way through 6th grade. Loved it. My fondest memories are from my teachers there, doing little experiments like putting a stalk of celery in colored water and watching how it rises. I'll never forget that. Learned that in 3rd grade, and it was an amazing teaching lesson. Some of the best teachers I had, I tell you, I remember every single one of my teachers from Tuolumne School. Amazing teachers. Then we had to go to La Loma. So my thought process on this is that this is an amazing opportunity for this community. We are an underserved, a duck community, disadvantaged, underserved community. A lot of people walk to where they go. I know a lot of people who have sent their kids to closer school sites. I know people who have not sent their kids to Hanshaw because of what we already know is that it's in a area that's still under a gang injunctions from the early 2000s. And for some people, that might say, well, what does that got to do with things? It has a lot to do with everything. When you build a foundation with your children and you're in that school site, you're able to better build the skills that the kids have. They will have a greater foundation to perform better when they get to the high school level. It will be a good transition for the community, and I'm very, very much for this because I'm looking at changing where our where our area will eventually be annexed to. Many, many years ago, through the LAFCO process, they put us off to Ceres, which was never what I wanted for our community. But now, since I've got time on my hand as a retired person, I'm fighting for the community because we have a park there that would be a wonderful access, which is through Modesto. We have Modesto City Schools there, which I do not want to see go away. I want to see it continue there because I believe that Modesto City Schools will provide to that community a step up in what they need. So there, I have multiple reasons why I want that to continue for our area. I think that this would be a great advantage for the kids, for the parents, and I believe you would have greater participation from parents at that middle school level, because that's where you tend to lose kids, is at that middle school level. If you don't have their attention at that time, you're going to lose them in high school. So to me, it would be a great disservice not to do this, and I'm hoping that you will cast your vote to give this an opportunity and a chance. And by the way, you still have a chance to change that vote from the earlier one regarding the math. You can always do a do-over. Trust me, I know. Any questions for me?
Thank you very much. I have to say, this is the first time in a long, long time we've had people in our boardroom, the community, to voice their opinions, and I thank you for coming here tonight. Thank you so much.
But people don't realize I don't have any kids there, but I am a advocate for our community's children. And I just believe that we have to invest in them. And I think the STEAM program would be the best way, and I would be happy to be any part to make it happen.
Thank you. And thank you for coming tonight. Ms. Noonan, do we have any comments to be read tonight?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Now to the board. Trustee Irvin.
Yes, I just want to say Tuolumne, it has a special place in my heart as well. It's one of the sites when I used to direct the after-school programs. We had a after-school program there, and we used to get Ceres kids coming to Tuolumne because we had the only after-school programs on the block. Then funding opened up, and then everybody had after-school programs. So I think this would be an excellent opportunity to reclaim our students, reclaim our neighborhood as a part of the Modesto City Schools family. And I think making this transition to a TK-8, is in line with the changes that have happened in education. It's not always about tradition. Well, traditionally, we've always done this, but our demographics and our everything is changing, and it's time that we get on board with those changes that better benefit our students. What I wanted to ask about that, would it be possible to add a parent STEAM component where parents can come and learn about the different STEAM opportunities as well, whether it be workshops or whatever, that they could learn right along with their children and learning those different STEAM opportunities as well. What else can I have? And what are the transitory concerns that we have in terms of the transitory natures of some of our neighborhoods and things like that? Well, has that been taken into consideration when deciding to expand and go to a TK-8 schools, and looking at those patterns as well as we embark on this endeavor?
So to answer the first question, that's an excellent idea about the parent component and having the parents come alongside the students. We're really hoping if the proposal for a STEAM building is entertained and goes through, that maker space would be an opportunity for everyone to come in and work side by side with each other. And so that is one of the visions and the goals of the school. But although I don't know that it's been explored to that extent now, I think they're a little focused on just this part of it, getting the steam off the ground. But definitely there's a lot of talk about how this would help the community at large. As for the transitory nature of students at Tuolumne, we do see mobility happen there. And I think that probably this would have an impact on stopping that mobility, because I think there would be such a dedication to remaining in the program, and that's what we're hearing from the community, that probably that mobility would slow down.
Yeah, I just, I attended 4 different elementary schools, and I know that would be a benefit in that, I don't have any elementary school friends I could say are lifelong, because it just bounced around so much, to 4 different elementary schools. And I my mother says it's time to go, we go. And so I think having that, I agree, having that type of educational environment in the community there would be an incentive for parents to keep their children there. So they can develop those relationships that would happen and carry on into life after school.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Trustee Mejia and then Trustee Marks.
Yes, I'm just super thrilled about this news, especially because I know a lot of folks from that neighborhood. Actually, I was in a program there in California Mini Corps, so I was actually with some of the teachers there, worked together in that program. So I think it's exciting, and it also presents an opportunity to do even deeper and more meaningful parent engagement now that you have this kind of happening. So I really am 100% behind it, and I'm also putting my hand up to support and help out in any way that I can once the process of reaching out begins more thoroughly. I'll be happy, but I'm just excited and thrilled that it is happening.
Thank you.
Trustee Marks, then Trustee Brown, then Vice President Lopez.
This is such a great plan to continue on and to add to that campus there. I love it, and I love that there's STEAM. I really believe that the neighborhood will benefit in so many ways with and I love just creating a ownership. I love that word ownership, that it's owned by the community. I remember many years ago, we had a lot of struggles there with the neighborhood and the dogs biting the children on their way to school. And I had shared this at another meeting, but there was an opportunity to have a program that was a partnership, and it was called COPS at the time. It was called Community Outreach Partnership, Policing Partnership Program, something like that. But it was so effective because the Sheriff's Department, the Sirius Police Department, Animal Services, the school district, we had community members all in a room together. We all came to a room together and discussed what were the struggles that the community was having. And because the dogs came up so many times, the Animal Services said, we'll come out and we'll see what we can do about that. So they came out like the next day and they got rid of all of the dogs that were roaming because they were running in packs, and the children were terrified on their way to school. And I was like, oh my gosh, how horrible is this, that this is happening, that these dogs are chasing these I'm terrified of dogs. Just one dog. I can't imagine having 3 or 4 chasing me on my way to school every day. So it was great. It really helped. And then over time, they started a cadet program, and the police department did that. The students were so proud to be in the cadet program, to learn all of the amazing just disciplines that they're taught in that. And just seeing the students in their little uniforms, they were so excited to come into the school. So just watching the school evolve over the years, and knowing some of the teachers there, like Mr. Boren, and some of the celebrations we've had at the school site, that school site also receiving Governor Schwarzenegger's award for physical fitness and providing all those exercise equipment. Just an amazing site. So I love seeing it expanding. I love seeing it allowing our students to stay there longer, to be able to develop their friendships, like Trustee Irvin said, and to continue on in the success that they're going to have in future years. So this is cool, and I'm glad we're adding STEAM. I think STEAM is a great program, so thank you.
Trustee Brown?
I've learned that I'm going to remove my mask so that everyone can hear me.
I feel you on that.
So I'm ecstatic to see this happen. And one thing that I see is an equitable opportunity that we're providing to the students at Tuolumne to excel not only in science and engineering, but a strong focus on math, which is addressing everything that we've been talking about tonight. If we start them early, give them a way to see that math becomes an important part of their opportunities going forward, they're going to thrive and they're going to excel and they're going to lead the district. So I am excited to see what our Tuolumne students will do to guide our district to higher levels. So following Trustee Irvin's suggestion of a parent program, I would like to suggest that we start early and partner with MJC with a satellite campus on the Tuolumne campus for the parents who can't get to MJC and allow them to excel right alongside their children. MJC would love to have an opportunity like that, and it would create an opportunity for us to really showcase that campus and make that a destination school. I also want to just bring up the question of how bond money will play into building that STEAM building. And is there any barrier, Mr. Zerly, for us using D&E funds to build that building?
No, part of Measures D&E was classroom additions on our campuses, and as Dr. Contreras pointed out in one of the slides, it fits with the master plan. So the master plan that the board has already seen, and being that Tuolumne is one of our priority sites, it fits right in with the current Measure D&E bond program we have going on.
My only concern is that other schools are going to look at that model and say, now, are we next?
That's a good question to have.
That is a good question. Vice President Lopez?
Well, I'm beyond excited, especially, and for the students, but also being the representative of that district, and seeing and what Ms. Harrington mentioned about Tuolumne really being a community hub, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of, one of the things that I've always known is there's a lot of folks will consider that area no man's land, right? Because there's so many agencies. You're on one side of the street, you're in this agency, the other side of the street, you're in another. There isn't really an agency really taking ownership of that community, right? And when I was walking the streets, one other thing I heard is like that the only agency that's visible to them is Modesto City Schools, right? And so having this STEM school at Tuolumne, having it be K through 8, allowing kids to stay and have ownership of that community, right? Having parents feel connected to this community through the schools. It's a great opportunity all around, and so I'm excited to see what this school becomes, right? And I too raise my hand in support, and however we can lend a hand. I'm excited that this also comes along with our in the future our parent ambassadors and having a stronger reach from our schools to the community, right? And making sure that our kids are learning, but also that our parents are growing and that our community has some sense of ownership of this school. So I'm very excited, and I thank everyone for the work, not only in this work right here, but also out in the community that has advocated for this part of our neighborhoods to have some sort of entity and some sort of ownership of their own.
Thank you. Trustee Irvin, did you have another question or comment?
Yeah, just a last comment to kind of piggyback what Trustee Brown was saying about the MJC partnership with science, but also we have a wealth of knowledge and expertise within our district at our high schools with science. You know, Dave Minshew with the bioforensic.
Yeah.
I mean, the robotics at Bayer. I mean, we have a wealth of experience, expertise, and knowledge within. I think we can use that as well to enhance that STEAM program at Tuolumne. So, yeah, I'm excited about the opportunities. And again, thank you for all your work on this. This is going to be great. It's going to change the landscape in the culture of the community in terms of their perspectives.
I knew this was going to be a great presentation, and I'm very excited about it. I worked at a TK-8 school in Lincoln Unified in Stockton many years ago, and K-8 schools have a unique personality to them, a unique feel. And so I'm so excited that we're going to be able to offer this to our students, and I'm especially thrilled that we have the STEAM added on to the STEM. I love the arts program that we're offering those students, also something for everyone. So I can't wait to see where this goes, and I can't wait to tour the campus and see how it's going to be looking. So thank you so much for that.
I'll make a motion.
So, okay, so moved by, we did, yes. Oh, okay. So trustee, Vice President Lopez moves, seconded by trustee Mejia. And all in favor signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yay. Thank you. All right, it's nice to hear positive things are happening. B5 is where we're going next. I think this is going to be another exciting presentation.
Absolutely.
And this is approval of Assembly Bill AB 86, Expanded Learning Opportunities, ELO, and Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, ESSERS. And this will be Dr. Noguchi.
Wonderful, thank you. So good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm Sarah Noguchi. I'm the superintendent here at Modesto City Schools, for those of you at home who don't know who I am. Tonight, I'm taking lead on this presentation, which is very rare that I do this. I think the last time I did this was when we did the very large district reorganization, coupled with strategic goals. So it's been a couple of years, but I believe this particular presentation is important because you're really going to see the breadth of the work that we're going to be doing over the course of this next couple of years. This isn't inclusive of everything that we're doing, but what you're going to see in this next 20 slides is pretty amazing. And we couldn't do that if we didn't have COVID and we didn't have the relief funds from the federal government and the state government. So the purpose of this presentation is to outline for you the extended learning opportunities, AB 86. The state requires that we actually get approval by June 1st, and we don't have another board meeting before June 1st. So part of the presentation is these are the state funding that I need your approval tonight on. But I also wanted to showcase all the other work under ESSERS, because if we take it in isolation, it doesn't quite make sense. And you're going to have questions about, how about tutoring? How about, other interventions? And so I want to be able to put this all together. This presentation is going to be long. It's going to be about 15 to 20 minutes. So it's a little longer than the other presentations, each of which were about 10 minutes. ESSERS stand for Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. Those are the funds that came from the federal government. ESSER 1 was the dollars that we needed to spend before December 1st. So remember, we talked about those dollars. We currently have been allocated ESSER 2, and we're yet to be allocated ESSER 3. And I'm going to share with you the amounts for that forthcoming. We talked about reinventing our schools. Now is the time. We have an awesome responsibility and opportunity to really take a look at what we're doing in our schools, identifying what's working and what's not working for all of our kids. And we can do this through the lens of equity that's come up throughout this meeting today, is how are we making equitable decisions individually and then collectively. So really this presentation looks through that lens, and I'll showcase that. Additionally, after I go through the different programs, we also really have to take a look at how we're going to monitor it. It's great to put something in place, but if we're not really looking at next November and next February and next March, what's working and what's not, and what could we do to potentially support the effectiveness, then we would not be doing our jobs. We wouldn't be really looking at the best practices. So I'm going to talk about how we're going to monitor it, and then at the very end, there will be next steps and questions. What I'm going to showcase really aligned to all the goals in one aspect or another, so I'm not going to go through all of those pieces, but really all of the goals that we have in our strategic plan, all these programs are, not all of the programs, but different programs are going to hit different aspects of our district goal alignment. So I want to first start out with what is the funding. So first off, the ESSER 1 federal funds, that was $8 million. We successfully spent that really around health and safety protocols, and also I believe we had transportation. We got some buses because we need to be able to do the distance in spacing. So that piece was done. We currently have been allocated $35 million for ESSER 2, which is now, we now have that allocated, and we're estimating about $79 million for ESSER 3. So it kind of gives you a sense of the dollar amount that we're dealing with when we look at what are we going to do differently and how are we going to support our students in their success moving forward. Not just academic success, but social emotional success as well. To put into context, the dollars that you're going to be approving tonight is the AB 86. So putting that into context is basically $22 million is what you are going to be approving. So $22 million in the scheme of about 180, that just kind of puts into perspective what we're dealing with for tonight. I'm going to talk about requirements for the extended learning opportunities in just a minute. Part of that is, one, dollars have to be spent with in-person learning because the governor wanted us to get out of our homes and get into the schools. And so that's why we have the in-person learning. But also, there were dollars that are specifically allocated to CSEA, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. So the next piece, first off, the requirements for the funding that we will be asking for approval. First, it's to extend learning time. Before, during, after school, intersession, summer session, anytime that we can get learning, that's exactly what these dollars are meant for. Additionally, social emotional pupil supports. We really have to take a targeted approach, and you will see that we do, at working with our students' social emotional health. Learning hubs, so that was really written in the time when kids were mostly at home and we were doing these learning hubs, so this dollar was meant for those learning hubs. We've now migrated past that because now we have 4-day a week learning. Professional development and also nutrition services, ensuring that our kids have the meals that they need to be successful as well. The AB 86 funding is only good till next summer. So when I talk about AB 86 and the programs we're going to be putting in till next summer, ESSERs are then going to take it and support it for the 2 years after that. So we're first going to start with the dollars that we have for the first year and then extend those out for 2 years subsequently. There's the June 1st board meeting. It was also required that you had stakeholder engagement. And this was kind of problematic given that we've only had these dollars for a month. So really what we did is we looped back to a number of different meetings, and I'll talk about it, about where we got feedback and input from multiple stakeholders really throughout this year. Each time we met with parents, forums, students, teachers, what's working, and what do we need to get for kids. And so we really put all that together and developed a plan. And lastly, 10% of those dollars, to the tune of $2.2 million, must be used to hire and extend hours for paraprofessionals. So that speaks to Trustee Marks. She talked about tutoring and the access to tutoring. We absolutely have the resources. The question is, do we have the people? And not to extend the hours, but also with those that we can hire, because everyone in the state of California is looking to hire paraprofessionals, but we are also looking at ways of recruitment. Guiding principles, and this one is important. So when we began to look at both the state dollars and the federal dollars, there were some guiding principles that really supported us in our decisions. One, we looked at building the capacity of everyone in Modesto City. We know that in 3 years the dollars are going to be gone, but we want to be able to look back not just at the things that we purchased, but what can we have that's going to be sustainable? If we deeply invest in all of our employees in this district for the next 3 years, in 3 years from now, they'll be better at being able to meet the needs of our kids and our parents and our staff and such. So what you're going to hear tonight is a very much of an investment in the certificated staff. We are going to come back to you with a plan for our CSEA because we haven't worked out all those kinks yet. We also know that we need to extend academic interventions before, during, and after. You're going to find that in elementary schools, we're looking at providing before school care for next year for all of our elementary schools. This wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for these dollars. We also have to extend our social emotional supports, again, before, during, and after. Building the capacity and communication with our parents. This one really came from the Equity and Racial Justice Task Force recommendations, where we looked at continuing to build the communication with our parents of color, in addition to other parents as well. Increasing student engagement. That second to the last bullet, long-term fiscal stability. We know that in 3 years, these dollars are going to go away. And we also know that we are declining enrollment, although we're working at increasing our enrollment. So what can we do now with these dollars to offset where we would be in 3 years? And you're going to see some of that as well. And then lastly, the health and safety environment. COVID is expensive. I mean, if you think of our athletes right now, 750 of them testing 3 times a week at $25 a pop, you can just imagine what that dollar amount is, and that's only for testing, right? And so that's going to continue throughout this year. So a big chunk of dollars are going to be with multiple health and safety environments. So stakeholder, I won't go through every one of these, but we looked at feedback and input from multiple areas. Again, it was framed in the month that we've had this. However, I have been asking what's working and what do you need to support your child in every meeting that we've been at. And so we've been able to culminate that information. And I think that Carson, you're even going to see some of the information that you provided me is going to be embedded in this presentation. So building capacity, I'm going to turn the next 2 slides over to Dr. Odell, but before I do that, I really want to emphasize the importance of building the capacity of everyone in the system, from maintenance and operations to nutrition services to our principals to our teaching staff, because if we can build their capacity in relationships with kids, working with parents, working with interventions, social emotional supports and health, 3 years from now, we're going to be a much stronger community as we meet the needs of our parents. So with this, I'm going to turn over the next 2 slides, and Dr. Odell is going to speak specifically around teachers and paraprofessionals.
Thank you, Dr. Noguchi. So as Dr. Noguchi was saying, she came to CIPD and wisely said, you know, the teachers are the ones that will make the biggest impact for our student achievement. So what can we do with these funds to really hit the high leverage pieces that they need to increase student achievement and meet the needs of our students after everything that's happened to them over the last 18 months. So what we have proposed and what we came up with was a very deep plan for English learners. It's in what you'll see here is chunks, grade spans, and they vary based off of the needs of those grade spans. So we will do TK to 2. We're really focused on that early literacy, ensuring that they get that first time literacy so we're not having to do remediation later. So we're going to work with the teachers on this, as well as the grades 3 through 6 are going to get the deep comprehension. So you start with learning to read, and then reading to learn. So we'll move into the comprehension for those teachers. We will continue with our SWAN for our TK6 classes. And again, we're ensuring that we can do that coaching and we can do all of the professional development in-house rather than ultimately for years and years paying external partners. We hope to have that same expertise in-house. At the secondary level, we have a great need. The teachers are asking 7 through 12 English language arts, they're asking for more support and learning around how to teach writing. How to teach writing is very difficult at the college level. We've been talking about those remediation classes. Writing can be one of them, so we really want to ensure the teachers have what they need for that. And then, of course, as you've heard, we have a fantastic program that's just started this year with the math ambassadors, and we will continue. We're going to expand that not only to other grade levels like 7th and 8th grade, but other content areas, not just algebra, geometry, algebra 2, but those other courses, the more difficult, rigorous courses as well. In addition to that, we plan on giving history and social studies, social science, 7 through 12, a deep understanding in universal design for learning. This is, what we mean by that is solid structure and lesson planning that differentiates for every type of student that comes into your classroom, whether that student is an accelerated student or a student that may be struggling in reading or in learning English language. So that is all through the platform of a particular program called SIOP, Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol. It's an excellent platform that will be delivering that material. And then, of course, we have really worked to fine-tune what we offer our VAPA, Visual and Performing Arts teachers, and our PE, Physical Education teachers. We haven't forgotten them. We have some excellent program planned for them. And all of that also means not only the certificated staff, but the paraprofessionals that are in the classroom with them. They're going to get the same training as well. And, of course, we have started our equity training, and we will continue with that equity training and going deeper and wider so more and more of our staff get those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adele. So in addition to really investing in our people, we also recognize that we need to add supports and services to our students and our parents. So we're going to greatly expand the tutoring services, not only with the teachers providing the tutoring, but paraprofessionals providing the tutoring as well. Expanding STEAM programs at sites, not just Tuolumne, but also at our elementary school sites through clubs and after-school activities with robotics and Legos and multiple Project Lead the Way type units. We're expanding summer school, intersession, and after school, again using AB 86, and you're going to see that again when we talk about ESSERS, because we're going to be expanding that for the next 3 years. Something that we really do need to stop and consider. What our school sites are planning for this summer is nothing that Modesto City has ever seen, the extent. So when we think about, okay, we're ending school and it's time to rest and rejuvenate, our folks are not resting and rejuvenating. So at some point, somewhere, we're going to need to close. And so I don't know where that breaking point and where that pressure point is going to happen, but I do know that our summer school, when you guys are driving around in the neighborhoods, you're not going to see that it's summer at all with what we have planned for the summer. In addition, we need to hire some instructional coaches to actually do that training, because when we talk about training, this isn't a 2-hour after school. This is a training embedded in the day, so folks are working side by side as they're gaining this training, and so we're working to hire instructional coaches to be able to do that work. Additionally, expanding social emotional support, so expanding the parent engagement. Next board meeting, we're going to be coming to you with a plan for our parent ambassadors. Really looking at starting a parent ambassador program at all of our schools for next year. Again, starting relatively not small, but in a manner at which we can support as we grow the years following. We're going to be expanding the before and after school, summer school, and also our special education. So we know that our special education students have greatly suffered, as many students have, and in this pandemic. So really looking at how are we including students with special needs and special learning concerns in the classroom. How are we supporting that? Actually, this is something I believe that you guys have already approved. And we're going to be looking at decreasing the counselor ratio at the high school. But this comes with a caveat. We recognize, and really, honestly, this came from a board member about 2 years ago. He came to me and said, you know, that I went to this restaurant at lunchtime, and there's a student that I know that I used to mentor. He's cooking behind the grill, and I asked him, what are you doing here? Why aren't you in school? And the student said, I don't want to go to school. I want to go to the other school, and my dad won't let me, so I just quit. Well, the board member then said, can you please go investigate this? When I investigated it, no one had followed up with the student. So the student has been out for 6 weeks. So what this really told me was we needed to develop a system that we support counselors and teams of individuals that will work at catching those kids from falling through the cracks. So we're calling it the program, what is it? Something Catch 'em. Say it again? Operation Catch 'em. So in this, we are having a team of 4 people. We have a vice principal, a counselor, attendance clerk, and a student assistant specialist meet every other week and identify those students that are not attending or are falling through the cracks, identify interventions, do those interventions, and then come back to say, okay, where are we with those students, and then add more to the list, take some off. And so while I recognize that decreasing counselor ratios, folks are going to look at that and say, great, it comes with a system of support and a system for intervention. And I'm very excited about the work that's being done in that area. So the proposal for just the AB 86, again, these are just the state dollars. It's the smaller piece. So what's ahead of you after these 3 are going to be another large venture with supports academically and social emotionally. So the dollar amounts are there. It's something that's required through the state, so you can take a look at that. At the end of the day, it's about $22 million. A big piece to this is our student assistance specialists, recognizing we need to support our students with their social emotional health. So we're greatly expanding that with Center for Human Services. So students have access at any part of the day or week to be able to get in with a student assistance specialist as needed. So that is the AB 86. And now we're going to move to the ESSERs. Now ESSERs, we're going to have those dollars until 2024. So that's 3 years out. So for the most part, for the programs that you've seen, that will fund it for the first year. And then we'll take those programs and move it to the next 2 years. A big piece to this is our academic supports with elementaries. For those of you who have watched the MTSS, the year I first started here, and it was 3 years ago, we had one school that was MTSS, and I believe it was Marshall, and we showed great success in the area of early literacy, and especially for our English language learners. We then moved it to 11 schools last year, or this year rather, and during COVID, which was not the ideal span for this, and yet the board communication, I think 2 weeks ago, showed that the 11 schools that were brought on board, even during COVID, all of them had growth in their early literacy, first grade through 3rd. So we're taking that model. It is an expensive model because it's a lot of people that play a role in that, from a student assistant specialist and paraprofessionals and teachers. And we're going to go across the district at all of our elementary schools. Additionally, we're expanding our early childhood education. You guys already approved that, so that's why there's an asterisk. Enrichment through 2024, before, during, and after. We also are hiring an equity intervention specialist. That one's not correct there. It's an equity intervention specialist. This really came on the heels of our equity and racial justice recommendations. We really need someone to be the conduit and the support for parents leading change and our BSUs, and also the recommendations, right? We need to have someone keeping their eye on the ball on that work. And so that is going to come to the board, the job description at the next board meeting. And then lastly, for the academic supports is internships and certifications in CTE. There's going to be a large focus on this next year. And again, this was approved at the board, I think a month ago, with Rachel Barkas. Social emotional supports. Increased student assistance specialists, I shared that earlier. We recognize our junior highs really need support in engaging and really engagement and athletics. So we want to put a big investment in that. And for board members that have been here for a bit, you've heard me talk about this for a couple years. So we're going back and re-engaging that work. Obviously, summer and intercession through the lens of engagement. So rather than it being remedial, there's also all sorts of different camps, from what I would like to see next year is the sports camps, but this year we have multiple camps from, theater to arts to, different ways of STEM related activities. Last week, I think there were 98 different engagement opportunities for kids. Improving Your Tomorrow, which you're going to hear from in just a little bit. It's a mentoring program for young boys of color, young men of color, in the area of 7th grade through really junior high and high school. It'll start at 7, 8, and then 9, 10, and you'll get that a report on that in just a bit. We need to continue to work on our communication with parents of color, and I also see our equity intervention specialists working to support that work and also improve customer service, both of which were recommendations from that task force. Reinventing our schools, and I'm coming to the end here. We know that there's needs in our school districts that our schools have needed, but we really haven't had the dollars, general fund dollars or other dollars to support. We can use these dollars in the area of facilities through the lens of engagement. So for instance, Modesto High School ag facilities. Right now they don't have an ag facility, but they've had an ag program for many, many years. So taking these dollars to be able to build an ag facility so we don't have to rent an ag facility for them. Again, freeing up dollars in our general fund for this, which is a need, but also helping Modesto High in their engagement. Elliott, we are going through a complete revisioning process for that school. I'm going to be very excited in 6 to 8 months to share how we truly are going to reinvent that school. We have the principal and teachers and parents beginning that process right now. Davis High School, there's 10 teachers that share classrooms. Well, we're looking at building additional classrooms there, in addition to expanding their culinary arts program and investing deeply in the health academies. HVAC systems, it's not just high school, but it's elementaries as well. I saw the proposal today. It will be coming back to you. It's $8 million investing in HVAC, which is great. So we don't have to use our general fund and we don't have to use our bond dollars, but we can use it to improve our HVAC system at Johansen and 10 elementary schools. Many of the principals have asked for shade covers. We really are now exploring outside learning, so looking to do shade covers and also looking at our blacktops to engage kids with chess, Foursquare, and other activities out there on the blacktop. So there's a lot of programs. If a student wants to get engaged, they're going to have the opportunity to engage in multiple times, before, during, after. I think Saturdays can be put into there as well. But if you don't monitor it to identify what's working, what's not working, identify the barriers, and then make the adjustments, then we aren't doing ourselves a good service. So right now we are in the process of identifying those programs that we will report to the board, either in a board communication or a board report. Where are we with each of these programs relative to some key performance indicators? Not only measuring effectiveness, but again, going to needs. It could be that we put in before school care, but it's really not hitting the mark because it needs this, whatever that is, if it's something new. And so we will be reporting back to the board on that. And that's that last bullet. And the next steps, I am asking tonight for approval for the AB 86 to continue to, and we will continue to bring initiatives forward with our ESSER dollars. Each of those programs still need to come through you all to see what that work is, and also monitoring and tracking a system through our data dashboards so we can easily track it with data. So with that, at this time, I'm asking for board approval for extended opportunities grant for the expenditure of $22.2 million. And with that, I and cabinet are open to questions.
exciting things going on. We'll start with Ms. Chambers to see if we have any comments from the public. Thank you. Ms. Noonan, do we have any comments to be read?
No, we do not. Not on this item.
Thank you. So we are now going to comments or questions from the board. Trustee Maestas?
I was just waiting. I didn't want to be the first one to say anything. I have just one question on the enrichment and academic support for summer school and intercession. Can summer school be used for advancement? So let's suppose a student wants to move up a course. Could they take a course in the summer? Could you offer that?
Trustee Maestas, not this summer, but it is definitely something that we are considering in the summers to come. As presented last time, the biggest challenge we had coming into this summer was the workforce piece of it. We are offering some interesting re-engagement opportunities for kids that want to get ahead on AP under the guise of their AP teacher, but at this time, not an advancement course, but that's in the works.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments from the board? Trustee Brown?
Well, this is an opportunity with money,
Mm-hmm.
and money can drive some great changes. But I appreciate the fact that there is careful consideration going into how we're going to use that money. We're not going to waste it.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate the breadth of the district approach here, so that we can take advantage of this great opportunity. I think how long and hard we fought to get 153 million, and now we've been handed about 2/3 of that over 3 years to do what we can't touch with bond money. And, you know, people told us as we were going out for bonds, hey, why don't you take care of this? Well, we can't with bond money. But this is a gift, and it's an opportunity, and I'm going to say let's just move on and support this and get it going.
Okay, it looks like I just wanted to add one thing, that I'm really thrilled to see that we're investing in people and programs as opposed to just buying stuff. So I appreciate also the wisdom that's going into how we're going to spend these dollars. I think we look like we're ready to vote. So do I have a motion?
The whole board moved.
Okay, I have to write a name down. So we're motioning to approve the Extended Learning Opportunities Grant AB 86 for an expenditure of $22 million and some odd cents. So Trustee Irvin is very insistent, and seconded by Trustee Brown.
Sure.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you for that report. That didn't seem like 20 minutes. All right, moving on to B6, and this is approval of one-time COVID-19 champion pay. Mr. Zierle.
Thank you, Dr. West. Good evening, trustees. I'm going to go ahead and get started on this, kick it off, and I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Associate Superintendent Mike Henderson, to finish it up. But just to kind of expand, Dr. West just made a comment about investing in people, and that's what this particular item is about. Earlier, when we started the meeting in the superintendent's announcement, Dr. Noguchi said, this has been a year like no other. And that is true. There's nothing more true than that. When we were talking about recognizing teachers, Krista Noonan said that our teachers have had to flex and adapt. And again, that's true if you think back over the course of the last year. We've been given dollars to combat the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is an opportunity for us to recognize our employees over the past year now, excess of a year, for the difficulties that they have experienced throughout the pandemic. They've learned to teach differently and manage those difficulties. And so it's our honor to have this on the agenda, to recognize the employees that we have, the incredible employees, certificated and classified, from Modesto City Schools, and the work that has gone in to keep this district going over the past year. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Zerly. To that end, I remember a year and plus ago when we first went into shutdown and our nutrition services employees were out there serving meals when we really didn't know what would come of the pandemic, and the custodial crews that were cleaning rooms, and everybody has had to step up in one way or another, as Mr. Zerly has mentioned. For my part, I'm engaging because this is additional compensation with our bargaining units, all three employee groups, certificated, classified, and our managers group would be recipients of this. And so with certificated and classified engaging on the terms of how this would be deployed, so to speak, if there are parameters just to frame the organization of it, and we're in the midst of those conversations. So once we have lined up and finalized either a letter of agreement or a memorandum of understanding, we'll bring that back to the board for ratification. But you see on the item that we have an estimated cost for the payment and for all employees in terms of employee groups, and the $2,000 and what that total cost would be. So it's our pleasure to speak on this item, and it's recommended that the board approve the one-time COVID champion pay.
Thank you. Ms. Chambers, do we have comments from the public on this item?
No, there are none.
Thank you. Ms. Noonan, do we have comments to be read from the public on this item?
Yes, I have one comment
Thank you.
to read, which I will do right now. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. The comment is from Peter Rogers. Peter is a teacher at Gregory High School. The comment is as follows. Thank you, Board and Superintendent Noguchi, for your consideration of providing monetary compensation for COVID-related issues. I, as a high school teacher, appreciate the possibility. However, I hope you would consider differential compensation based on time spent on campus to support the return of students. Though it might be difficult to quantify, I believe our classified employees and elementary certificated employees have spent much more time on campuses and had significantly more challenges than I have as a 9 through 12 teacher. Furthermore, some employees have been working from home with few additional challenges. I would be happy if the board would recognize those who have spent more time on campus supporting in-person student learning. Thank you again, Peter Rogers, Gregory High School.
Thank you. Comments and questions from the board. Trustee Irvin?
Yes, I just wanted to know, could we get the Queen's "We Are the Champions" music on in the background?
You got it.
I'm just glad we were able to do this for our staff. I understand the teacher's comment there, but making that across the board that everyone is valued equally in this time of COVID, and extending that opportunity to all of our staff, I think was a really good idea, and I'm in full support of it, and that we could do this and offer this. So it's a testament to their dedication, their service, and their commitment to our students and families. So yeah, I'm definitely with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Lopez?
Yeah, I agree. I'm happy that we're doing this, however small it is. We want to show our appreciation to all of our staffs across the board, to just let them know that we're thankful and we really appreciate all the effort that you put in and all the changes you had to endure, right? It wasn't hard for any of you, and I'm just grateful to everyone, and hope that this can go a little or a long ways for everyone to enjoy a little bit for themselves.
Thank you. Trustee Maestas?
Yeah, I just want to echo Vice President Lopez's sentiment. From all of the long hours, long weekends, the tears shed from teachers and staff, and stress, and 6 hours of Zoom, and managing a class of 7-year-olds and 6-year-olds and kids on Zoom, and standing and out at hours outside waiting for people to pass by to pick up lunches for their families, and all of that food support that we gave, that they gave all of our kids, and the staff cleaning up the schools and wiping down everything over and over again, as I've seen before, and all of that has been a huge lift. And I can't even express in words my gratitude as a board member, but more importantly as a parent, for all of the heart and effort and work that everyone has put in. So I just want to say thank you one more time to all our staff, everyone.
Thank you. See no more lights. I wish we could do more, and I'm also deeply appreciative of everything that our staff members have done to help our kids. I know it wasn't easy, and I know some people barely survived, and others could thrive on doing it, and some people did over and above, and some people just did the best they could and got by. And no matter what it was, everyone tried and worked really hard, and I think our kids appreciate it too. So thank you. So we are now looking for a motion to approve the champion pay. And so Trustee Mejia.
Seconded by Trustee Maestas.
Trustee Maestas. Seconded. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now moving on to B7, and this is a report on the 21-22 agreement with Improve Your Tomorrow to provide mentoring and college and career readiness supports for middle, junior high schools and high school male students of color. And this is Dr. Nelson.
Good evening, everyone. President West, members of the board, and our superintendent, Dr. Noguchi, and the great Modesto community. I am Dr. William Nelson. I am here to present to you the Improve Your Tomorrow middle school and high school men of color mentor and college and career readiness program. I am joined by co-founder as well as CEO of the program, Michael Lynch. He'll be presenting with me today. What we'll be going over during the presentation would be giving you an overview of what the program is, how it supports our students from 7th grade through, and it actually, because it's a college and career piece, it goes beyond high school. Student recruitment is not just open-ended, it's targeted, it recruits kids, and I'll get to that in just a second, as well as how will we measure it and how will we roll it out over a multi-year period to address as many of our students as possible. It connects to our goals that are very important. We know that our first goal is connected to student achievement, and so the program is built around the concept of ensuring that our students are supported to be college ready, meaning they have the choice to go to college, whether it be in a 2-year, 4-year trade school, going to the military to be able to learn, going to the workplace, because we all want them to be career bound. We want every single one of our students to have a career. So the program is based on giving that support, as well as the mentoring piece gets into 1.4. It provides another layer of social emotional support to our multi-tier systems of support. So to address the critical issue that is in this slide here that we're all aware of, it's systemic, it's been around, for decades. We know that there is huge disparities. Now, part of our equity work within our district over several years, not just this year, is addressing graduation rates with our students of color along with our non-students of color, but also looking at college and career indicators and how are our students meeting them and not. So this data that you see in front of you is not surprising, it's not new. However, as a district, and as you have been addressing throughout tonight, our equity work has really been based around making sure that we have resources to address the diverse needs of our students. And that's really what the equity piece is. And what the Improve Your Tomorrow piece does is help our students through a transition from middle to high and then post-high school. So when you hear from Mr. Lynch, he's going to go over what the program is, but I want to show you a nice video, because what the video will do is also give you an overview, but help you understand that part of this work, and this is the social emotional piece, is working with our young men of color and having them have a sense of ownership, which means it's not just the program meeting with school leaders and coming to Dr. Nelson and say, your son goes after school. It's really about buying into it. They call it a brotherhood, a fraternity of young men coming together in order to feel a sense of belonging, to be connected to each other, to the school, to the community, and who they are. So let me show you this video. It's about a minute long.
Are you a student with dreams of one day attending and graduating college? IYT College Academy is a mentorship-based program established to help young men of color get to and through colleges and universities. Through year-long brotherhood activities, students can learn and grow together as they strive to reach their individual academic goals and dreams. Each semester leading up to their senior year in high school, students will have the opportunity to visit various colleges and universities, experiencing the atmosphere of being on a college campus. In combination with the bi-weekly mentorship session, students will also receive academic support each week to either maintain or increase their overall GPA. And if that wasn't enough, we offer paid internships for juniors and seniors looking to gain work experience and earn money. So, what are you waiting for? You want to be a part of the Brotherhood? Apply today at improveyourtomorrow.org.
So the idea of the program is to build that connection, but also to provide that ongoing support. And before I turn it over to Mr. Lynch here, who will take you through the bigger picture of what the program's about and how they've been in other districts like Lodi, like Sacramento, Elk Grove, and others that are within the Central Valley, that the program is in addition to what we're already doing. It is not meant to replace other programs. We have some really great programs built within our school system. Think of what our AVID classes already do in the middle and high school level, to mentoring programs that some of you even participate on that are in the community that serve our students. So this is in addition to, not to replace. So I'm going to turn over to Michael Lynch. He's going to go over the next 5 minutes with you.
Good evening. Think about IYT like a tool in your tool belt. Right? It's supposed to give young people the maximum opportunity to help them get to and through college. Michael Lynch, served as the co-founder and CEO, grew up in the Central Valley, product of communities that are often motivated by poverty and violence, but also young people who had exceptional abilities. Exceptional, not always exceptional opportunities. When I graduated college, I wanted to make sure I came back to my community to help make sure more young men of color had access to a college education, because it was so powerful for me in my journey ensuring that more young people had access to their dreams. So in 2013, we created Improve Your Tomorrow right in South Sacramento, and now we're across 3 counties, 27 schools, so about 2,000 young men of color, all with one goal and one goal only: college graduation. So what we do is simple. Everything we do is about college graduation. Everything we do is about college success, ensuring that if their goal is to be a business owner, we help them get the tools and the resources. If your goal is to be an engineer, if your goal is to be a mechanic, we're going to get you the tools and the resources to ensure that you can be successful. IYT works like a continuum. So think about yourself like you're in this never-ending loop You think when you got to high school, you got rid of us, now we're still there. You think you got to Modesto JC, you got rid of us, now we're still there. You think if you had to Stan State, you got rid of us, now we're still there. It's a continuum to ensure that young people have access, right, and in a continuous model of care to ensure that they're supported. So the IYT College Academy, to your left, is our middle school and high school program. I'll talk about that shortly. It feeds into our IYT Community College program, which feeds into our IYT Unit program, which feeds into the IYT Mentor Fellowship, an opportunity that gives young people a chance to go right back in their communities to serve as mentors. Many of our mentors who work in Modesto, who work in Stockton, who work in Elk Grove, who work in West Sac, they are products of IYT. They're products of the community. What makes us different is not only that we focus on young men of color, which is not always an easy population to say that, hey, right, getting a 3.6 is cool now, right? It's a space where also IYT operates in the long term, from 7th grade, 12 years old to 24, to ensure that they have long-term consistent supports to make sure that they have access, right, to what they want to be able to do. The whole give back to the community piece is huge. Right, we're in a AmeriCorps program, so we're able to hire lots of our young people to go right back in the same schools and communities while they're in college to serve. At the heart of what we do at IYT, it's about service. So what does IYT actually do? You saw that fancy video, right? That's our recruitment video. So we get some young brothers in the room with some pizza and chips, right? And we say, hey, here's IYT, you get to go on college tours, right? You get to have access to all these things. But what IYT is about, right? It's about love. It's about brotherhood. Right? The mentorship takes place once every 14 days. Right? Young brothers meet with their mentors. College tours. So we see everywhere from USC, UCLA, all the way up to all the way to Humboldt State. They'll see 2 to 4 colleges per year starting in 7th grade. So they're well versed in academic success, and exposure to college is not something that is limiting to their ability. College advising is key, but our college advising is really melded with career. Again, IYT is a tool in the tool belt. Some of our young people aspire to be mechanics, right? So what we advocate for is college success. So we work in partnership with the community colleges to enroll them to what they want to be able to do, and the supporting college completion, which is college success, which is career success. Tutoring. Tutoring is a critical component. You cannot go to post-secondary ed without graduating high school, without being successful, without doing a lot of the equitable measures you all talked about today. Right. So tutoring happens after school, and we leverage food with tutoring to ensure that when you come to IYT, you are never hungry, because there's peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, right? There's chips, there's fruit, there's food to make sure that when our young brothers come, they are nourished. Parents. Most of our families that we work with are led by mothers, right? So we have tight, purposefully connected relationships with our parents. Mentors meet with the young people once every 14 days. Right after they get done meeting with the young person, they call home. We do every semester. We typically, before COVID, did like an in-person event. We always like this chicken and waffles lunch. Some of our parents would come and be like, chicken and waffles, what's that? Other parents would become like, oh, chicken and waffles, I understand. But it was a purposeful fact to engage families around things that they loved and cared and valued. Because we knew if we got the moms especially, we would get the young brother really to show up to school on time, right, to do his homework, right, to not have the conversation with Ms. Henderson he's not supposed to have on a regular basis. We got the parent, we got an opportunity to really engage and invest in a young person. Who we target is a little different than what you say most other college access programs. So when we come into a school, we'll work with the school counselors, the school site leadership, and teachers to draft young men into the program. So we'll say, hey, we have 100 slots at Downey High School. We say 50 of those slots got to go to young men who have below a 2.0 GPA. Right, 50 of those slots got to go to young people who have some attendance or behavior challenges. And we want young men who aren't on track to graduate high school, aren't on track to be A through G eligible, or aren't on track, right, to go to college. We want young people who are like me, who needed a little extra love to ensure that they got to where they could be. So those are the type of young people that we work to recruit into the program. And all this is difficult, but it is done in partnership. And that's why we have been able to grow over the past 8 years. That's why we've been able to almost graduate almost all of our young men from high school, despite them coming into IYT, not necessarily high school bound. It's why we have been able to send almost 90% of our guys to colleges. That's why we have been able to A through G eligible almost 60%, which you all know from a statewide and local perspective is difficult. But we do this in partnership with counselors. We do it in partnership with teachers. We do it in partnership with principals. We do it in partnership with school-based leaders to, again, offer young people who are oftentimes not connected in school an opportunity to access or to improve their tomorrow. Thank you.
Michael. Now, as our next steps will be, how will we measure? How will we know we're successful? So as you heard Michael say, was that it's about ensuring that our students are on track, but if you pay attention to that first bullet, there's also a connection piece. That's that social emotion. Are they engaged? Are they engaged in activities? Are they not just engaged in the program itself? Are they visiting college campuses? Are they seeing and picturing themselves there and understanding what they want to be or what they think they want to be and know how to get there? We're also going to look at grade data, whereas from 7th grade through 12th grade, we all know, and you had a great conversation about algebra, in which those are important indicators that we're paying attention to within the program, and attendance and graduation rate. And what's really, really, really important that I just want to continue to hit home, it's not just qualifying for college, but the students can go to college. They can get there. It's their choice. They're empowered. Their families empowered. Our communities empowered. So the 3-year plan is set up this way. Year 1 would be next year with Hanshaw and Downey High School, because we're looking for a feeder pattern so the students can continue. Year 2, though, we're going to continue building with Hanshaw and Downey, because you have students matriculating up. However, we haven't identified yet, and to be determined would be the next high school and middle school. And this will also give us in year 2 a great opportunity to work with our feeder districts to see if they want to partner with us to become a part of that, because you all know we have districts that feed into our high schools. And so a nice clean feeder pattern may not be as clean as Downey and Hanshaw, as an example. And then year 3 is to maintain those 4 schools, the 2 high schools and 2 middle schools, and then look at possibly adding a 3rd high school and a 3rd middle school to sustainability and continuing the program. So our only next steps, besides the presentation and discussion tonight, was for the board to come back on June 7th and approve the MOU. Our program has already reached out to the principals, already had started some discussions with them about the program and how it could fit in, how it would work on the campus, but we wanted to come to you for this discussions and then go from there. So Michael and I stand ready for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for that report. Ms. Chambers, do we have any comments from the public on this item? Ms. Newton, any comments to be read from the public?
No, we did not.
Thank you. I have 2 lights, and I don't know who was first. So you were first, Vice President Lopez, and then Trustee Irvin.
So I'll be the warm-up act to the expert on mentorship. But a great program. Very excited to see this, to see the outcomes of this. As someone had already mentioned, how he was greatly benefited by mentorship. I really appreciate seeing this up here. The only question I did have was, what's the ratio from mentors to mentees for your program?
Yeah, it's a 1-to-25 ratio.
Okay, sounds good. And I know you kind of answered the question, but what is the profile? What is the profile of a mentor you look for when you're recruiting for a specific area?
Yeah, the average age of our mentor is typically about 21 years old. We're typically a college student, a 2nd or 3rd year college student, and we look for like natives to that community, so indigenous to that community. So when we're at Hanshaw and Downey, right? Since we don't have an alumni base, we want to be able to recruit from local community college, from Stan State, local recent grads, right, to be able to work as mentors within the school.
Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Irvin, and then Trustee Marks.
Yes, really good presentation. Appreciate the information. I'm very passionate about mentoring. I've been a mentor since my first mentoring match was in 1992. And been involved at the national level, state level with Mentor and California Mentor Partnership. And good question from Vice President Lopez, because I was going to ask the same question about the ratio. And as you say, 1 to 25 ratio. And given from a research standpoint, the optimum ratio for mentoring is usually 1 to 4. And so how are you going to supplement that in trying to get the ideal and the maximum benefit from that optimal ratio to the 1 to 25 ratio would be my question there. Given that data, given the research and the history of the mentor and the effectiveness of best practices for a ratio. Also, given that our Downey and Hanshaw, you're going to be working primarily with Latino males in that community. From someone who's lived in that community, worked in that community, so I'm sure you understand that the demographics there, and so when you're doing your recruitment and things like that and working with that population. You answered the question in your presentation about the college only, because I thought it was just college only, that there is other options and opportunities. You mentioned military, vocational trade schools and things like that. So that's good to hear as well. And then you guys mentioned in your presentation about targeting students with behavior issues. Do you have a percentage of your students who have behavior issues that enter the program, and what is the supports that you provide to them that have those behavior issues? And are you connected to the California Mentoring Partnership as for resources and things that around mentoring? And the National Mentoring Partnership, Mentor, from a national level in terms of resources and advocacy, and they provide a lot of resources and research in mentoring and things like that. And so do you utilize the elements of best practices in mentoring from a research standpoint? And what topics do your mentor training cover?
Yep, these are great questions. Right, I know who the mentoring expert is. Right, that's clear. So we'll start at the back end of it. The training is important. So we're in a AmeriCorps program. So with the AmeriCorps program, we started off with like a 40-hour training for our mentor. We call it our training camp, and then that's supplemented by the course of 100 hours over the course of a year. So our mentor, we call them mentor fellows. They'll receive about 140 hours of training over the course of a year. The training is really based upon two basic premises. One is the best practices from mentor.gov. We're connected to Mentor California, right? So when we originally built our mentorship curriculum, we pulled from best practices from mentor.gov. Then the second piece is based off of Sean Gentwright's youth development framework. So using those two frameworks, we built a mentoring practices that has been pretty effective. When we go from who we serve, most of the young men of color that we serve in IYT are Latino and African American males. That's probably about 80% of who we serve. Then others, Southeast Asian, Native, and Pacific Islander males. So our mentors typically mirror the populations in which they serve. So, I mean, our staff is largely Latino and African American because it's the students we also serve. To go to the next part, I'm hoping I'm able to get all these questions right. But the 1-to-4 ratio would be, man, that would be ideal. That would be an amazing ability to do it. We know in mentoring, there's 2 important practices that you have to have: is dosage and duration. You have to be able to spend enough time with a young person over a long period of time to be able to get them. And we have found that using the credible messenger model of you have another young person who has lived in a very similar environment, you're able to build a relationship, and with enough dosage and duration, you can change outcomes, although you're not within the 1-to-4 model. I think I got some of those, maybe not all of them. Yeah,
we wrote them down. The other, I think we hit most of the pieces, unless.
Then the topics too. So we have a curriculum we call Uprise, Uplift. That's what our training. That's what our training. So the topics are vast, and the topics change each month. One of the consistent the topics that is most popular is on masculinity. We know a lot of our young men have masculine sort of machismo challenges, right? So what we often focus on within a young person is sort of building non-toxic masculine behaviors, because those often translate to the classroom where a lot of disciplinary issues come up. So that's one of our topics. But I mean, we go through from college advising all the way down. But our mentoring is really rooted in relationships, building strong, enduring relationships to ensure that they can be successful.
Thank you. Trustee Marks and then Trustee Mejia.
So I heard a little bit about this program from a superintendent up north of us and on a Cal SSD meeting, and was super excited about hearing what was going on there. And then the superintendent told me she was looking at bringing it here. I was like, this is awesome. So I'm excited to see this, and I wanted to say that I really like that you're recruiting the students that are from the area, because they're familiar with the culture, they're familiar with all the nuances in the in their different neighborhoods that have different challenges, but I just love that they're from the area and that you try to bring them back and help them help other students succeed. So I'm excited. I can't wait to see next year Hanshaw and Downey, and then the next couple of high schools that we'll choose in junior high. So looking forward to this, and I just wanted to say I'm excited. So let's go, let's do it. I know I'm like ready to vote, but we don't vote until next time. So,
Trustee Mejia and then Trustee Brown.
So I want to make sure I just put it on record. I want the next 2 schools to be Bethesda High and Mark Twain. Just to put it out
yeah, there you go, there you go.
Put it out there. But the second thing, I think it speaks to my heart. I just think like it matters when you walk into a classroom and the students can see you. They can see themselves. It just makes a world of difference. I was a lot in school, and it's just the boys cling on to you just because you're a guy, and there's not enough men in education. I think just this will make a huge impact because you're getting kids that look like them, and they can see themselves into the future, and that's super important. So I have a lot more things to say, but I'm just saying I'm super excited and pumped that it's happening and kind of the focus. So great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Brown.
Yeah, I've been impressed as we've been working to see advancement with our young people of color. But what I've noticed is that it's the young women who are advancing and doing well. And it seems that we've left out the young men. And so I appreciate the approach and the opportunity and the statistics that show that you can help drive our young men towards a greater future. So look forward to seeing great things happen, and grateful that your focus is where it's needed most right now.
Thank you.
I too appreciate this very much. I especially appreciate the college visits that you do. You say 2 to 4 per year. I used to take 7th and 8th graders to visit college campuses, and I can tell you I had students who never thought they would be college bound, and when they set foot on the college campus, especially the cafeteria, because you know that kids do like food. But when they set foot on the campus, they began to see that they could actually go there. So that's an awesome thing. I'm so glad you guys do that. I have 2 questions. How many students will you start with per school from Downey and from Hanshaw?
Yes, it'll be 100 students at Downey and then 50 students at Hanshaw.
150. Okay, thank you. You may have said that. I apologize if I missed it. And do we have a cost on this, approximate cost?
We do.
Yeah, the cost is over a 3-year period. It is a total of $750,000. And as we expand the program, the costs increase. So, and it doesn't increase like if we add another high school and middle school in that 3rd year. That's just the program cost. That's really our option when we build the memorandum of understanding. And at each year, we're checking our data points to make sure that are we meeting the goals and expectations. You heard a great presentation. He's awesome. But as was pointed out was, are we doing what's best for our kids in the community, and are we progressing? And if we're progressing, then how do we sustain?
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Those are all my questions. And this is a report only, so we will hear more from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. So the next item is items to be placed on future agenda. And Trustee Marks, I believe.
I have a point of personal privilege to ask. I would ask if we could reconsider revoting on the previous item that we voted on tonight. It had to do with the pre-algebra. And so, but first, I have to ask the board, I had to look this up to see how to do this again. It's been many, many years since we had this happen where a majority, so it has to be a person from the majority of the vote that passed that has to ask to have it come back. It's best if it's done in the meeting that we're in instead of having a special meeting. And so because I'm the one who am asking to change my vote, but I have to ask for you all to consider having the motion reconsidered. So we have to make a motion to reconsider it, a second to that, and then vote on that. And then after that, we can vote on the actual item. So I will make a motion to reconsider the previous item that we voted on. I think it was item B1B. So it was, the original item was D10. So I'm asking for a second to that motion so we can re-vote on it. That's all this is. So I need a second.
So Trustee Marks is making a motion that we reconsider the approval that we voted on previously. So I'm looking for a second to see if we can reconsider that. Is there a second to Trustee Marks? Is Trustee Carranza allowed to, then Trustee Brown?
Okay, Trustee Brown.
Will second. To reconsider that, and all in favor, raise your hand of reconsidering this.
3, 4. Okay, so there's 4 votes to reconsider. Okay.
Okay, 4 to reconsider. Any opposed to reconsider? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so the motion passes to reconsider voting again on item B1B. So now do we need another?
Now I will ask if you will allow, we could have a motion to reconsider the vote that we previously did. The motion has to be the same motion that it was before. So whatever the motion was, you had stated it that it would be to have the pre-algebra for 1 year, I believe.
So I'm going to repeat it so that we can just make sure we're clear. When we voted on this, it was an approval of recommended curriculum adoption for pre-algebra for 1 year for the year 2021 to 2022 school year. And it was, do I say who it was originally moved by and seconded?
I don't think that matters. It's just that it has to be the same motion.
Okay, so that is the motion. And so, does it need to be moved and seconded again, this
Yes.
motion?
Yes.
So who would like to,
Oh, my Estes. Yes, you can comment. Yes, yes, that's fine.
It goes back to my question about advancement in summer school. My idol was Jaime Escalante. And one thing that Jaime Escalante did is he took pre-algebra kids to calculus. And one of my years teaching, I had a great group of kids in Algebra 1 that would never get to calculus because that's the way it's set up. But I made it my goal to get our calculus class at that school from 6 people to a full calculus class because I thought it was a disservice to our students. So with the help of the principal and the help of the school, we offered pre-calculus in the summer, we offered Algebra 2 in the summer, and I took hold and I taught those classes, intense classes. 4 years later, we had 32 students in calculus. They all went on to college. Some of them right now are directors in community colleges. Some of them teach Latino history. They're all over the place. My point being is that I gave them opportunity because the position they were placed in by the system wasn't going to give them opportunity. So the 1 year vote, 1 year pre-algebra is really 4 years, locking them in, unless there's opportunity. So I just want to state that there needs to be opportunity. That's why I asked about the summer school advancement, is that I just don't want kids to not have opportunity. Yeah. There are other ways.
So to piggyback on that, you're making the assumption because this one summer that we're not offering it because we're coming out of a pandemic and we have to put together a very robust summer school program. In the future, we will be able to have that, but this year, quite frankly, we're dealing with snorkel and fins right now. And so this year gives us a lifeline to be able to look at, one, it honors our math teachers in the district who strongly believe that this is what's best for kids. So it's honoring our math teachers. That's one. Secondly, it gives us the time to be able to look at what is going to work best for kids and where are those gaps. So to say it's a 4-year deal, I disagree with that. We are coming out of this summer with a lot more knowledge to be able to support interventions, our intercessions, and summer school. And so I think that we will continue to build.
Okay. I mean, I understand that. I say 4 years because if there's not another structure to allow students to move up, then they don't have opportunities that other kids have. I'm not saying it has to be this summer. It could be 2 summers from now where those students that have been put behind have an opportunity to advance. It's just that their support is not remediation. That's what I'm trying to say. And I fully support supporting kids. And I understand that we're coming out of a pandemic. But there's a lot of research and work that says that we can get more than 1 year's learning in 1 year's time without putting a whole year of students behind. So I understand the point, though. That's why I said in a couple years, next year, if the summer allows us to do that, we need to have some support, though. We have to forward think as well. If we're going to set kids behind, we have to support them in moving ahead. Because I don't want to see kids locked out of that opportunity. That's all I'm saying. But I understand what you're saying.
Trustee Brown?
So, Trustee Maestas, I am grateful that we have a Jaime Escalante on our board. This is the vision and the passion that we need to be able to make positive changes. And we need to support our math professionals and I want you to be right alongside them in dreaming our future for our kids and making sure that we are giving the support, we are giving the opportunity. And I see that, the decision we make today is not going to stop that from happening. I want to be very supportive of the math team that's put so much time into figuring out what we can do this year when we have so many kids that are failing. And what we do next year hopefully will look very different because we've got people like you that care and will help guide us into the paths that will work. So I don't feel like what's happened here tonight puts any of us at odds against each other. I think it's helping us define where our strengths are and allowing us to work together as we've shown we can and support our team in making sure that the kids have that supportive opportunity, that we can build what we're talking about with doing at Tuolumne for every one of our kids. And so, let's give them the best start that we can this year with the eye on the future and build and strengthen even the pre-algebra class to create some champions out of that group who can go on and be A through G qualified for advanced math in college. We've got to show them that it's possible. We've got to help them find that dream.
Thank you. Student Representative Carranza?
I completely agree with Trustee Maestas that we need to be able to have a support system for students to help them advance and acquire higher levels of math in high school. I've had the privilege of being able to reach higher levels of math in high school, and I know it's going to support me in my career and beyond. But this year, coming out of the pandemic, we need relief and recovery before we can have reform with the math support that is in our school district. We had to make changes to sport eligibility requirement, and because of the failing grades and because of the students who are falling behind, and we saw from the failing grade report earlier in first semester that there's a lot of students who are falling behind from this school year. And I know from my 8th grade experience in math, I would not have been able to advance to the next year in math if I didn't have the in-person instruction that I had gotten this year. And to the point that the students that are behind are going to stay behind, I believe that without this math pre-algebra course and the opportunity to build foundational skills before moving on to algebra and geometry, that the students, rather than going through their math classes in a normal structure, they're going to stay behind in all the math classes for the remainder of high school if they're not able to have the opportunity to build a foundation with the math skills before moving on.
Thank you. Trustee Irvin and then Trustee Maestas.
Just to go in line with that, my son is a perfect example. They wanted to keep him, he was not.
Your mic.
Is your mic on?
He was at Roosevelt first for 7th grade, doing horrible in math. But we all knew he could do it. But because of the teacher he had there, he was not engaged. He was not engaged to do well in math. A lot had to do with stigmas and things like that. I pulled him out of Roosevelt, put him over at Hanshaw where I was. Had an excellent math teacher over there, Marla Kitzman, who engaged him. And he went from a D student in math, one school, to an A student in math, who went on to get to pre-calculus at Downey. He is now an engineer, computer engineer, cybersecurity engineer for AWS, Amazon Web Services. So I use that as an example. He went from one extreme to the other, all because of teacher engagement. Teacher engagement. And he'll tell you to this day, that's what it was. That was the difference. and how it was being delivered, how the teacher approached math, engaged students to engage in math. So, I can't stress enough, it's not always about the system per se. Sometimes it's about the teacher, which teacher they get when they're coming into math. I just want to leave that as that.
Thank you. Trustee Maestas.
I just want to thank everybody for the conversation. And I think, Trustee Brown, you bring up a good point, is that one of the main purposes for me bringing up about, obviously I'm passionate about this, I'm passionate about equity in mathematics. I want to see all our kids get to college and become engineers or whatever else career they want, and the opportunities to do that. But I just think, had I not brought something up, this conversation would not have happened, and I think the conversation needs to happen. So I'm okay with however the vote goes, because I know that we have a conversation now to continue this discussion and offer our kids opportunities that they may not have had. So thank you so much for the discussion.
See no more lights. I think bottom line is we all have the same goal. We all want to do what's best for the kids. How do we get there? We might differ on our opinions on that. I think the two of you, Trustee Brown and Student Rep Carranza, I think you guys said it all, that we have an eye on the future. And what we put in place for 1 year may be what's best for this year, and then opportunities for those students to be able to forge ahead and be able to get where they need to get. For me, that's also the best plan. That's how I envision the future for these students. So I think we're going to go back. We're just going to start at the drawing board, and we're going to take this vote over again. So we have a motion, and I'm so sorry, I'm lost. Did we get a new motion, or do we need to start there?
We did not, but I'm happy to make the motion you can go ahead and read it.
So we are looking for an approval for the recommended curriculum adoption for pre-algebra for the 2021-2022 school year. And so Trustee Marks so moves. Do we have a second on that? Trustee Brown. And all in favor of that, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So the motion passes 4-3. And thank you all for your hard work and your honesty on this vote and this discussion. Thank you so much for bringing this up.
Yes, thank you.
So now we are looking for items on future agenda. Do we have any items for a future agenda? If not, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I move adjournment.
Trustee Marks, and seconded by Trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Passes unanimously. Good night. Thank you all.